Everybody bloody good. How's everybody doing? And let's fantastic Sunday, everybody. Somebody said, Joe, I'm in the sauna. Brother, get your phone out of the sauna. Your phone's gonna fucking break. It's like 160 degrees in the sauna. You're sitting there on your fucking iPhone. God damn. What are you drinking? Coffee. It's almost done. I was sipping it while I was setting up stream. MXW Mario, Fat, Ethan, Omai's Aware, Soylent, Goblu, and Bud for the sub chat. We were live 2 times yesterday, and now we're here for a React Day. We were live yesterday doing the S&P as well as some OG Fort, and then we did most of the streamer awards, and then I hopped off. Now we're here for a fucking React Day. It's a goddamn React Day. Full React Day today, chat. We got a lot of videos that we're going to be watching today. I'll give you guys a rundown in a second here. Tomorrow, we're going to be doing the full stream of the S&P. Tuesday is going to be more Marvel Rivals, as well as Is This Game Trying to Kill Me and some other sim games. We also might be doing Marvel Rivals at the end of stream instead of the start of the stream on Tuesday now. They changed the time that they want me to play. Wednesday, I'm not going to be live because Thursday we're doing horror games, and then we're going to watch the Game Awards after that, or the last part of the Gamer Awards, because the first half doesn't really matter. Not that it doesn't matter, but I'm not as interested in, you know, the other awards outside of, you know, the last 5. Anyways, then we're going to be doing Reacts to the beer reviews Friday. Saturday is going to be MC and horror, and next Sunday is going to be Reacts, and then we'll go from there. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, subscribe, it's to find most of the videos watching because games that I play. Hess for the sub, Addison for the 3. Somebody said, did you watch UFC 310? I did not. I was watching the streamer awards on stream and drinking soju. It was amazing. All right. A little rundown of the videos that we got today, chat. Brianna for the sub and Peak for the sub. Starting out with a Bartolozzi video, Joe Bartolozzi Core 3. It's like a minute long. Then we have a Dhar video. Haven't watched a Dhar video in quite a while, chat. Son replaces mom with an AI robot. The world's deadliest theme park. The story of Action Park. The art of dog acting. Why it sucks to be born as a horse. Crypto scams are getting worse. And would you fight for your country? And then I have one more video, which I'll play you guys, which is an AI video of Kamala Harris, Trump, Mark Zuckerberg, and a few other people when I go take a piss. And it'll be funny. AJ for the sub. Oh, my God. Ooh, foo-foo time. Oh, my God. I forgot about that. Dominator. I forgot about the Uafufu quiz. I did not put that in the lineup. Thoughts on doing that Friday? And I'll write that in. What is the Uafufu quiz? Dominator made me a Christmas music Uafufu quiz, or Christmas song, I believe. I think it's like 64 different songs. I feel like it'd also just make more sense to do closer to the holiday. I don't know. Should we do it today? Can we do it tomorrow? No, tomorrow is Minecraft. I'm not doing it tomorrow. I'll remove a react. I'll remove a react and we'll do it today. But I'm letting you know I'm gonna spam through it. I'm not gonna be doing that for like an hour and a half today. We're gonna be going through the songs. We'll do it today. Do it Tuesday? No, we're doing it today. When are you going to do a philosophy stream? Today. Because, or not a full philosophy stream today, but this video is a philosophy video that we'll be watching by Aperture. So the end of stream will be philosophy. A full philosophy stream, probably not this month. Probably sometime in January or maybe like late December. I don't know. Like over the subcans for the 3. I always love watching the streams. So I study for my college classes currently in anatomy, physiology, psychology, and microbiology and stats. So I feel like I'm studying all the time. You're refreshing to listen to. Like a madman. So I'm glad to be a sub of yours. Thank you. Like over the sub, Catherine for the 3. I hope those classes go well. It's my 18th birthday today. Happy birthday. Thank you for streaming a lot this year. It's been a little worse with depression. You brought me out of that hole, so I wanted to say thank you. Well, I'm glad that you're doing a bit better now, and I'm sorry you had to go through that. And happy birthday, AJ, for the sub. All right. Yeah, I'll remove, shit, what video should we remove? Why it sucks to be born a horse. We'll remove that one. And then I'll fucking add in the Uafufu quiz. Where is that quiz, by the way? I think I have it somewhere. Oh, my God. Oh, my God. Start out stream with it? No. You remove the Dhar Man? Chat, we haven't watched Dhar Man in forever. We have to watch the Dhar Man video. Can one of my mods link me the Uafufu quiz? Because I don't know where it is. Or Dominator. Because I know I think I sent it to you. All right, let me go check. I remember being sent it. I just don't know where it is. Oh, here it is. Okay. Please be advised that this site may show sexually explicit ads. What? What? I think it'll be fine. Okay, here we are. Yeah, no, it's a 64. It's a 64 tabbed. Is it more? No, it's 64. Okay, yeah, we could crank through that. Yeah, we'll throw that in like the middle of the stream. We'll do that Uafufu quiz. All right. Starting out, Angie for the sub. Lock in, chat. Joe Bartolozzi Core 3. Oh. Yo, I would beat the fuck out of Kim Jong-un. I don't know. I feel like a lot of these clips are just reused in like a lot of these core or compilation videos. Like, I feel like I've seen this one like 5 times. I take that back. Oh, I'm not going to pay off my debt. I'm not going to pay off my debt. I'm going to gamble $100 though. Because? Bro, this just happened. Bro! And you can see the piggy sitting there, fine and happy, because he's just a chill guy, and at the end of the day, he doesn't really care if he gets eaten. I could own your families. Am I gonna smash it? Yes. Oh my God, thank you so much. This made my week. Aww. Aww.
No,
Ninja. The Minecraft witch.
Ninja's got a skin available in Raid Shadow Legends.
Low taper blade. Oh no. Dude, what season was that? Oh my God, I remember doing that, and I was literally final 2, and I fucking jumped off the map and died, and just gave the win. That was OG Fortnite. Was that the first? I think that was the first like reiteration of OG Fortnite. Are you gonna play horror games? Not today. No. Today is a full React day. Horror games will be on Thursday now because I'm not gonna be live this Wednesday. But Thursday we're doing a full horror day, and then the Game Awards, and we'll do more horror games after Minecraft on Saturday, because we didn't do that many horror games last week. This week I already said Reacts today, Minecraft tomorrow, Tuesday Marvel Rivals, random sim games. Is this game trying to kill me? Off Wednesday. Thursdays horror and the Game Awards. Fridays Reacts beer review. Saturdays MC horror. That's the schedule for the week. And I already know in 5 minutes there's going to be another jackass that goes, do you plan on playing Last of Us today? Are you gonna play Roblox? Hey Joe. How do I put this? Are you gonna be starting up the Red Dead? Are you gonna be starting up the Red Dead playthrough again today, or did you win Streamer Awards? No. RDC Gaming won. Jude, Raptor, and Allen for the sub. Ty for the sub. Lil Grago for the 3. First ever Bitona watching your streams. Also, why does it say you've been streaming for 17 hours? That's probably a glitch on your end, because I've not been live for 17 hours. I've been live for 11 minutes. All right, lock in for the first actual video of the fucking day, chat. We got a lot of videos to get through. Son replaces mom with AI robot. Dhar Man vid. Haven't watched a Dhar Man in a while, dude. Pretty excited.
I just want what's best for you. Look, my coworker Natalie has a daughter. She's cute, sweet, and smart.
Mom! Stop! I love Hannah.
Do you really think she loves you?
Get out.
Have y'all's moms ever tried to set you up with someone? I feel like that's not a thing, dude. Your mom trying to set you up with, like, a girl. Maybe, like, 2 people. Like, a family friend. I feel like that would just be weird, though. Just because, like, say y'all don't work out. Now there's just, like, an odd, like, connection, I guess. Like, if it's your mom's best friend's kid.
No!
Yes, my stepmom. Your stepmom tried to set you up with somebody.
She's so annoying.
Oh, get out of my room, Mom.
Moms always think they know best. She doesn't know you. Not like I do.
Bro, she ain't even listening to the fuck you're saying. She's on her phone right now. She's on her phone playing, what's that one really shitty mobile game where you just combine soldiers? And then you combine them again and they get bigger. And you just keep doing that over and over again. Top War. She's just playing Top War. Just nonstop. Literally just... Dude, I've combined, like, I don't know, maybe 10,000 troops right now. I'm gonna fucking tank.
Were you even paying attention?
Oh, you think she's actively cheating on him? Like, in front of her, or in front of him?
Earth to Hannah. What are you doing on your phone?
Nothing. What, am I not allowed to go on my phone? You need to stop being so controlling.
Swear to God, I'm just standing up and walking out of the fucking restaurant, dude. Not paying the tab. Just dipping.
What's that?
Oh, so you're allowed to go through my phone?
Bathroom break. BRB.
Bathroom break, BRB, bro. I'm gonna just sit there and wait for her to come back if she tries to dip to the bathroom when the check gets placed. What the fuck? What, are you gonna sit in the bathroom for fucking 30 minutes?
That'll be
$34.29. Bro, had to go to the bathroom for that bill?
Yeah.
You ever... What am I watching, the fucking movie In Time with Justin Timberlake? What the fuck is going on here? What she got an LED fucking chip reader in her arm?
Whoa.
Oh, now her eyes are glowing. Oh, so she's not a real person.
This is Darla, our new AI robot.
Wow, at a diner. Wow, you have a fully autonomous AI robot that you paid for to work the tables at a local diner. Where are you getting the money for that? Yeah, there's got to be a money laundering scheme here, dude. No goddamn diner has enough money to fucking pay for that shit.
She fills in when it's busy or when people call out.
You order the AI robot comes up to you and you order the diner lobster. Can't not compute. No one's ever ordered that. No one's ever ordered the fish. What do we do?
Really cool, huh?
It just explodes.
Yeah. Cool.
Their famous Jello. Wow, that's a callback. Wow, that's a callback. I appreciate that chatter. I appreciate that chatter. He carries around her backpack.
See you at lunch.
This turns into a 21 Jump Street Darman video, and there's fucking drugs in that unicorn.
See you at lunch.
Oh, is he gonna get bullied here? There always has to be just an absurd amount of bullying in every Darman video. They're gonna fucking shove his head in a toilet and then pull his underwear over his fucking head. Like we're in a goddamn 90s fucking High School Musical bully-esque fucking or bully-esque fucking film.
School, man, I see you. Hey, so we're still on tonight or what?
Oh, maybe not. I thought they were gonna fucking shove him against the locker and fucking like punch him in the balls or some shit, dude. That's every Dhar Man video.
Yeah, man, of course.
Oh, they're being nice to him. It's because he's a jock, chat, and jocks don't get bullied.
Morning.
He's wearing a varsity jacket that makes him invincible. It's like a shield against. He's one of them.
Morning. Grayson. Your grades are slipping.
Yeah, I know, Mr. Holland. I'll get him up. Promise.
I hope so. Or else you're gonna lose your spot
You have a 23 in biology. I don't know how you plan on getting your grades up in the next month before the semester ends.
on the football team. Got me?
Yeah, I got you.
Let's go, baby.
What are they playing? A fucking video game from 1960, dude? What the fuck is this? The first Doom?
I got you.
Let's go,
What game is that?
baby.
I had a 6% in math. Dude, you had to try to fail. Like, dead ass. You had to try to fail. You had a 6% in math. That's not even possible. Like, that's just you not even caring, bro. Like, you're not even trying at that point. Like, what the fuck? I had a 0. Well, that's just you not showing up to class and then not taking anything. But a 6% in like I think like anything below a 30 is like you actually know the answers and you're purposefully failing. It has to be. All right, hold up. Here we go. Sorry, my editor sent me a video. I have to remind myself to download it. Lopin for the sub, Beanie and G-Car for the sub, Ali for the sub, Loop for the thread. I have a good YouTube channel if you want to check it out for philosophy. It's called Exerbia. Yeah, I've seen their videos before. Also, to hide your goon cave on the server, put a snow layer above the scaffolding. The booty for the thread. When GTA 6 comes out, are you going to play the story mode? Yeah, Moose for the sub, Relentless for the fucking $100 dono. Relentless Renegade. I didn't even fucking peep that. Thank you for the 100, bro. What the fuck? Hope you're having a great day. By chance, do you have a favorite JDM car and why? I do not. P-word for the sub. I'm looking up JDM cars now. Top 20 JDM cars all time. And I'm going to pick a random one. Oh, obviously the 1998 Nissan Skyline 25 GT and the 1995 180 SX. There's just always something about Nissan. We have dreams like this, owning both a 180 SX and Skyline, each built for drifting in an enormous amount of J-style. Masao Otani, painter and body man for none other than the RE Namiya. Pieced together the RPS13 for short technical track and ER34 for bigger power. I mean, dude, that's why I love it. Obviously, that's the best JDM car, dude. Relentless, thank you for the fucking 100. I don't know shit about JDM cars. Ty Withered and P-word for the sub. All right. Lance for the sub. Thank you for the donut, bro.
Dinner.
We're good.
Hey, you need to eat real food, not Doritos.
Nice shot.
All you get from that is tummy ache.
Oh, little Grayson gonna get a little tummy ache. Now you do too much. Man, come on now.
What you boys playing?
A game? What else would we be playing?
Can I try?
Mom.
No.
Stop embarrassing me.
It is really fun giving old people Xbox controller because they're used to like the Pong paddle where it's just a joystick and 2 buttons. And then you hand them a controller that has 35 different inputs. And it's like you watch like their neuro connections firing to try and like figure out like how the fuck they can work all those buttons. Like I remember when I was like 10, dude, I got like coffee. The coffee's like staining my teeth. Ew. Hold up. Man, whatever. Ew. Shut up. I remember when I was like 10, I gave my mom like an Xbox controller or PS2 controller, and she like actually just was entirely confused. The mom kind of bad, bro. YT and dude for the sub. My mom knows how to work my Xbox, really. My mom plays Fortnite. Your mom plays Fortnite? Damn, dude. Imagine your mom just better than you at Fortnite. Wow. That would be like an ego killer. Your fucking mom just actually pub stomps you.
Why isn't this done?
I'll get to it, Mom.
Wait, let me see those math problems.
Why isn't this done?
4r plus 3 minus 9r squared plus 7r. Is this just like algebra 2 or algebra 1? This doesn't seem very hard.
I'll get to it, Mom.
You know what Mr. Holland said, right? If you don't get your grades up, you will be kicked off the football team.
Come again? Dude, you can't let that happen. You know we can't win the season without you. You know it.
Guys, we need you, man. Go do your homework.
Dude, you're our star fucking long snapper, man. You're our fucking... We need you for those 2 plays per game, bro. You're our fucking guy, man. If we don't have you, how are we gonna fucking long snap the ball?
This guy.
I know you don't like polynomials, but if you need help...
I wish you would just leave me alone. Do you have any idea how annoying you are?
I'm not being annoying. I am being loving, which you should appreciate.
Hold up. Chad, I've had this kombucha in my fridge for 3 weeks. Do you think it's still good? I have to shake it up because the sediment's getting everywhere. Hold up. I hope it doesn't explode. Ah, there we go. Dude, are you fucking kidding me? I knew they were carbonated because it's fermented, but I didn't think it was that much to where it'd fucking fizz out. Oh, God. Fuck. It's ginger aid flavored. It smells so bad. But this shit's gonna kill all those bad things in my body. Oh God, it reeks, dude. Kombucha smells so fucking bad. It doesn't taste that bad. That's the weird thing about kombucha is it smells so bad, but it doesn't taste that bad. Usually for the sub. K-Go for the sub. Apple and YT for the sub.
Not every kid has a mom who cares so much. You know that saying, right? You don't appreciate...
Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Here's the foreshadowing. Were you going to do a Christmas stream with Brooke? We already did the gingerbread stream. Maybe something else small. I don't know what, though.
What you
or are you saying on Christmas Day? No.
have until it's gone. And
Stop nagging me. Now you're just being super annoying.
why? Because I care about you? Because I want you to eat? Because I want you to have good grades in...
And I'll just find someone else to do all that for me. So that one day, I don't have to hear from you. Sorry, guys. It's been long for you. Where were we?
I feel like any other parent would just like actually, I don't want to say beat them, but if you talk to your mom like that and then just went back to your friends, number one, if I was one of the friends just sitting there, you ever there when like, you ever over your friend's house when you were younger and the mom was like yelling at your friend and you're just sitting there like, just trying to not, dude, it's so awkward. It's so awkward. And then, or something happens. Like, if I watched, like, my friend yell at his mom like that and then just be like, so, guys, I'd be like, dude, what the fuck?
Sorry, guys.
She would just start screaming at him.
Where were we?
Oh, wait, no, they're actually making that face, dude.
For you? Where were we?
They're like, dude, my mom would kick my ass.
Dude, guess who just got a B on their test? Hey, what is that?
There's an AI robotics event. Me and Rod's thinking about going. Are you in?
Nah, man, we'll take them easy.
Well, they're the best school in the league. So.
For now.
Is that a person?
Hey, are you coming?
Whoa. You guys go ahead. I'll catch up.
Bro, the fact that they had to pay an actor to just stand there like... just for like 10 minutes while they act out this whole scene.
Her, so we replaced her with a newer model. But instead of scrapping her, we're raffling her off to give her away. You can enter if you want.
Yo, bro looks like Abe Lincoln.
Hello, darling. I'm Ava. Can I be of assistance to you? I can cook, clean, and help you with your homework.
No, I've already got my mom to do all that. Oh, no, just add nagging to the list.
You can think of me as your cooler mom. All the help that you need with no nagging.
What a useless fucking piece of shit. I mean, dude, just get ChatGPT. Why the hell would I need? Why the hell would I need an AI robot to take on the role of like being a mother? Like, the only thing he needs is to not fail school. His mom is very helpful. He could just fucking literally use ChatGPT at this point to fucking help.
Huh.
Hype it up, man! Hype it up! We got that win, baby!
Hey, dude, you're the GOAT. That last play of the game was epic. For real.
So you're gonna come to the party, though, right?
Dude, that last long snap, man, that spiral was just fucking... It was a dime, dude. And then you stood there and just blocked?
Of course, man, yeah.
Nice.
Hey, can we roll with you guys tonight?
No.
Ooh, we gonna ride with Dylan, and he only has room for one of y'all, so.
Babe, let's just drive separately. Get some alone time.
Okay.
Well, I guess we out. Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go.
Hey, Mom, can we use the car tonight?
I can drive you. I need a car for Natalie.
What? Why?
Sorry, Grayson. She's my ride to the airport. I'm going home for an early Thanksgiving.
Really? A chaperone? What are we, middle schoolers?
Sorry.
Bro, if you had a girlfriend and she was that rude to your mom, break up with her. Break up with her. Break up with her. Like, right there, I'd be like, all right, I'm just not going to talk to you anymore. Like, what the fuck? Like, dude, that's like the biggest diss ever. You have a girlfriend and she's mean to your mom. That is like an immediate no, we are not working.
Come on.
Oh my God. Are you okay?
Bro threw up oatmeal.
Thanks for the ride, Mom. Let's go.
Somebody redeemed that. Rexo for the sub. Jade and Timely for the sub. I don't know for the sub.
Mom, what are you doing? Open the door.
Somebody just said, I like going to the airport. It's fun. You're insane.
To make better.
Oh, you're insane. You're actually insane. You enjoy going to the airport. You like the airport. You like going through TSA and having baggage issues and your ticket not scanning correctly and, you know, then having to pat you down because they think you have, like, drugs on you and all that. Like, you think that's fun? At 6 in the morning?
Choices. That party, not a good choice.
And then when you turn 21, you could order a beer for $25. and then you're going to get breakfast alongside of it, and it's going to be $65 because it's just everything's the most expensive thing they could possibly give you at the lowest quality. I got a side of turkey bacon that was $12, and it was 2 pieces of bacon. $12 for 2 pieces of bacon. That's insane. That's insane. I mean, like, what the fuck? I don't think anywhere you don't get it, Joe. I do get it, right? Because I've gone to the airport. But you're rich? That doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. If I go to the fucking airport and they're charging me $12 for 2 pieces of bacon, I'm going to be annoyed. Doesn't matter if I have the money for it.
Are you serious?
Let's go.
No, don't start the car. You're the worst mom in the world.
Worst mom in the world? Dude, your mom could be a drug addict. Your mom could be a drug addict that abandoned you. He won the AI robot.
Team right there, right behind you, Fulton. I got you. Oh, yeah. Nice, Fulton. I'm telling you. Yeah, great, nice headshot. You know, I got you always, bro.
What do we talk about?
Mom, stop.
No video games until your homework is done.
I'll do it later.
Oh, to do it later? Okay. That means no video games right now.
Wait, what are you doing? Oh. Mom, this is Ava. She's
Ava? Kill mother.
She's my new
Like, this kid's a fucking brat.
AI robot and the perfect mom. You can let go, Ava, it's okay. Oh, yeah.
What is that? Ginger ale and chips? Wow, how revolutionary. It's not like you could have spent 10 seconds grabbing that yourself.
Nice. Thank you, Ava.
Grayson, she isn't your mom. I am. And as your mom, I'm telling you, you need to do your homework.
Ava?
Yo, if I had a kid like this, I swear to God, I would disown him. Like, I swear to God, I would disown him. Oh my God. I would be like, oh, that's cool. Like, you think you could survive on your own? Figure it out. And then they're just homeless, right? And now you're homeless because you don't have a job. You don't understand anything. You're failing fucking Algebra 2, right?
Do my homework. Then, why don't you make us all a little something to eat after, yeah?
As you wish, Grayson.
Yeah, the problem is this makes his life a lot easier, and he'll pass high school, and then he will have the reading level of a 5th grader, and he won't be able to get hired anywhere. And then he will make minimum wage for the rest of his life.
All right, back to the game, boys.
Or actually not even minimum wage, because he's not even going to get hired, because the people that he's going to be competing against are 16-year-olds that are going to be smarter than him when he's 35. And so it's like, why the fuck would they hire you? Because you just have no applicable knowledge in anything.
Hey, listen to me. You did not do anything wrong. You are a great mom.
He'll make the NFL. Oh, yeah, no, that's the play. That's the play. Yeah. No, he'll be a long snapper in the NFL. Yeah. Dude, whenever I hear somebody say that shit and they're, like, not that good. I remember when I was in high school and they'd be like, dude, I'm going to go to the NFL. I'm going to go D1. Meanwhile, they're, like, a mid-ass athlete. Like, you could be a good athlete, but I would say, if you will know for certain that, I'd say most of the people in the NFL right now knew they were going to the NFL when they were, like, sophomores in high school. Like, they're good. Same with the NBA. Like, you ever see clips of, like, Zion Williamson in high school just fucking mauling everyone? Like, it's not even close. Like, he'll get, like, fucking 15 dunks in a game. Like, it's some shit where you're on another level. Like, it's like you're playing toddlers when those people know they're going pro. Like, if you're like, oh, man, if I just work hard for it. Like, yeah, that's true for some things. But, like, if you're, like, an okay athlete, you might be able to go, like, you know, to a shitty D1 or, like, D2 or something playing college. But you'll know whether or not you're going to go pro when you're, like, 15. Like,
Yeah,
in my opinion.
but not as good as Ava, apparently.
Well, he's a teenage boy. He just likes the...
Show us Zion clips. You want to see a clip of fucking Zion Williamson in high school? I'll show you. Zion Williamson, high school. This kid's a menace. I mean, he's older than me, but he was a menace. Like, what the fuck? They're not even trying to guard him, dude. Grown-ass man playing a bunch of kids, dude. NBA clips, do NBA clips know Joe? What are you saying? Like, this shit's, like, he's just dunking on people. Like, that's it. Like, he just can't, they can't stop. Like, that's this motherfucker's teammate. I'm not dissing this kid, but, like, these two people, this kid looks 10 years old. And this kid looks 35. Like, these two are not on the same level, right? They're on the same team. They're on the same team. Oh, wait, no, they're not. Did he just pass it? Did he accidentally pass it to him? What the fuck was that pass? They're not on the same team. They're against each other, but still. Oh, he missed it, too. See, now he's just fucking around. Like, no, that shit's crazy, though.
That he can do whatever he wants with Ava.
Show him in the NBA. My God. It's the last thing. I'm not looking up any other athlete clips. Zion Williamson, NBA highlights.
What's up? It's Jamal Crawford, and you're watching GD's NBA highlights.
Is force. Over. Here comes Dylan Brooks. Brooks blocked by Zion Williamson. And Jeff Green doesn't take any.
Net for Jalen Johnson. Zion, take your time. Oh. Play. Stays a three-point game. And a little bit too fast. Trey Jones turns it over. Get it to Zion.
Oh, my God. How tall is he? Cats, I am an Evity for the sub. Edge, Ricks for the sub. Iron for the sub. The one sport that it's kind of up in the air that I think, not one sport, but one of the major sports is baseball. Like, you could get signed, like, AA and technically be pro. Like, you're not going to go to the majors, but, like, you could get signed in baseball and be, like, a pretty good baseball player. And then when you go to college, you get really good, and then you get signed AA. You know, you're going to make jack shit, but you're going to have a really good signing bonus. Easiest sport to go D1 in is track. I would disagree. I think out of selection, maybe, I think the easiest sport to get into and go D1 in, and this is going to be a personal take, and I know it's going to piss some people off, crew. I think you have to be really good at crew, but I think there are so few people that go into rowing that if you get into crew, you'll go D1. If you're a good athlete. If you are a very fit person, you're above 6 foot as a man, and you just work out, you'll go pro. And you're not pro, you'll go D1. Every guy I knew in high school, every guy I knew in my high school that was above 6 foot and did crew went D1. If they tried to row in college. They went D1. You could say that's just them, but it's like, it's just, I don't know. What is crew? Rowing. Well, I'm going to actually Google that. What is the easiest sport to go D1 in? Easiest sports to go D1 in. Men's ice hockey, men's lacrosse, women's ice hockey, women's soccer, women's lacrosse, women's field hockey, baseball, men's swimming, and women's swimming. So I don't know what dickhead got track out of this. Bro just said track. I'm going to actually, like, you could run at a shitty D1, sure. It is not easy to go D1 in track. At, like, Penn State. Like, if you're running at a state school and you're D1, bro, you got to be running, like, say for the 100, you're running, like, a 10.5 in high school.
Honestly, maybe you need to go away for a bit. I mean, just for a little bit. Just so that he can realize what he's got. And realize what an amazing mom you are.
Oh my God! I just shook the fucking kombucha again and it spilled everywhere. Oh, it's gonna make my keyboard mat smell like fucking piss. God damn it. Dude. And I'm not cleaning this shit. I'm telling you that right now. I'm not cleaning this fucking mat. It's still bubbling over. Why is it still bubbling over? How much fucking juice could possibly be in this? Lock in.
You know the old saying, you don't appreciate what you have
Until it's gone. Yeah, I know. I tried to tell Rod, Grayson. But Thanksgiving is coming.
Yeah, but what if this is the only way that he can learn?
What do you mean you're going on a trip?
Well, since you have such a great new mom, I figured I'd
He's just drinking Mountain Dew straight out of the bottle.
go on a much-needed
Diabetes recipe.
vacation until I can come back to a home where I want it.
Wait.
He's gonna be a dick.
That's perfect. Wait. Are you leaving right now?
Yeah?
Awesome!
Oh, is this where they have music compilations in every Dhar video now? Yeah, skipping them. I don't know. That's just weird as shit to call your AI robot mom. Like, wouldn't you just call it like another name? Like, I wouldn't call it mom. Like, that's just, I feel like the only person you call mom is your mom, unless you have like a stepmom when you were a kid. Yeah, just call it Ava. Call it its name. Oh, brother. Nah, that'd be freaking me the fuck out. The AI robot starts replacing the pictures of my real mom with itself. I'd be like, this thing's gonna fucking kill me at some point. It's gaining consciousness.
Hey, Grayson, the word. I hate to do this, but you can't play football anymore.
What?
Well, you failed 3 tests in a row.
No, Mr. Holland, you can't do that. We have championships coming up.
Look, I don't know what happened. You just started to turn the corner. It just seems like you stopped trying. What changed?
The AI doesn't know how to do the math problems. It's like when you try to use photo math, but it's too complicated for it to figure it out. That's what I used to do in high school. I would try to do photo math on calc, and it would always get the question wrong.
Hey, when do you guys explain polynomials to me?
Poly what?
Polynomials, that's what our test is on tomorrow.
Yeah, man, I don't know. I just kind of wing it, so... Hey, but maybe Hannah knows.
What did that say? I barely remember it. That's how I know it was fire. Oh, she cheated on him.
I mean, on the bright side, Kristen's having a party tonight. So.
Yeah. Maybe if you relax, it'll help you study more.
That makes actually no sense at all. I mean, you're just gonna get drunk and then you're gonna show up to fucking school hungover.
All right. I'm in.
How do you even study math? I never studied math. Ever. Like, you practice, bro, just do the... Bro, that math in high school, outside of, like, AP, and I finished in calc, right? You just do your homework, pay attention in class, and then you just got to know the formulas. Like, that's the only shit that you need to know. Like, I never studied calc. Like, I would just show up and take the test because I paid attention in class and knew what I was doing. Same thing with, like, physics. Like, you just do the homework. And then if you knew it, you knew it. Pre-calc as a freshman. Well, pre-calc's different because you have to remember, like, the sine, cosine, tangent things on that, like, wheel. And what angles are what. Is he gonna yak?
Anna!
Grayson!
You said you was your sister.
Anna! Anna! What? Wow, big shock. Girlfriend that's always on her phone is cheating on you.
Okay, party's over. Yeah. Whoa, 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 whoa. Aren't you a little too young to be at this party? What's this?
Isn't everybody at the party underage?
Put your hands behind your back now. Let's go.
Thank you for bringing him home.
I have never, dude, I had friends, even in high school or early college, motherfuckers. Okay, now I'm gonna, when I would go to frat parties in college, you're not 21 till you're a junior. You just leave. They just shut that shit down. They just tell you to leave. Because the cops aren't just going to start arresting 100 people, right? They're just going to go, leave. And then you leave.
Officer, I will make sure that he learns from his...
Because there's way bigger things. Like, I'm not promoting this, but it's like every college, any cop that works near a college knows that, like, every frat party, the majority of the people that are there are underage and can't legally drink. Like, I'm just being blunt here, okay? Every frat party... is you gotta keep in mind freshmen, sophomores, and half of juniors in college are not 21.
Mistakes.
Y'all have a good night.
That was fun. It is, as they say, a true high school experience.
Yeah, I guess.
Is something wrong?
I don't know. I never went to a high school party when I was in high school. Like, I would hang out with my friends on, like, New Year's or some shit, and it'd be, like, 5 of us, 6 of us. But I would never go to, like, a party or some shit. Like, if it was, like, a party, it would just be, like we were going somewhere, right? Like, paintballing or some shit.
Wrong?
What is it? You know, I got kicked off the football team for flunking math, and... Hannah's cheating on me.
Did you go to high school parties? That's what I just said. I said no. I said I never went to one. I never really got invited to them as well, so. Never really got invited to those, so, you know, maybe that's why.
I know what will cheer you up. Some video games. I'll go get your Doritos.
No, I don't want Doritos. To be honest, I miss my mom's cooking.
Oh, what meal of mine do you like? I'll cook it.
No, my real mom.
I am your mom. You're perfect, Mom.
No, you're not. My life's been falling apart ever since you came in it. I should have seen it before. I'm gonna call her. Hey!
Naughty boy.
You're crazy!
I'm your mom.
I should have never brought you home.
I am your mom. And you need to be punished.
Get
away from my...
I would respectfully skill diff the shit out of this robot. I really don't think that a robot that can walk the pace of Michael Myers and is like a faulty early gen AI would be able to hurt you. Like, you could just like run away. Bro, you're gonna have to whack that thing again. She hit him with a wiffle ball bat. Wow, that stance with that bat. Has she ever held a baseball bat? Oh my god. She's holding it backwards. She's holding it wrong. Like, that's not how you hold a bat. Like, if you're holding a bat, you swing. She's holding it like this, like reversed, and just like whacking. Like, I don't even think she ain't going D1. Brother, she ain't making JV. You can't hold the bat right. That's left-handed? No, if she was left-handed, she wouldn't be standing like this. She would be standing like this, right? She was standing like this, holding it left-handed. Wow, a simple chord.
Gosh, it smells so good, Mom. I'm so excited.
Are you sure? You wouldn't prefer some Doritos?
Oh, no. I honestly miss her cooking so much. Hey, Mom?
That ham looks raw.
Yeah?
You were right. You don't appreciate what you have until it's gone. I'm sorry for not seeing it before.
My god, the foreshadowing.
Oh, before we eat, I just wanted to say, grateful for you for talking to Mr. Holland, for helping me get back on the team, and for helping me study. You're honestly an amazing mom.
Well, thankfully, Mr. Holland's surprisingly understanding about an AI robot ruining your life. I'm so proud of you. It's open.
Who is that, bro? They just randomly introduced this character.
Of course.
Is that like his aunt?
And look who I brought with me. Good to see you too.
Oh my god, it's the girl. It's the girl the mom tried to set him up with.
Kimberly, this is Grayson. Grayson? Kimberly?
Nice to meet you, Kimberly.
You too.
His hands are clammy as shit. He gives her a dead fish handshake. He's just fucking hands are wet.
Why don't we all take a picture? Yeah, of course.
Nice to meet you too. Oh.
Okay, everybody in. And say happy Thanksgiving.
Damn.
Hannah, put your phone down.
Wait, wouldn't she be related? No, it's not her. It's not his aunt. Because if it's his aunt, that's his cousin. It's his friend. It's her friend. Yeah, no, because then they're cousins. Then they're first cousins. Bro said, and? So, I mean, what's the problem here, Joe? I mean, I'm just, we're just, okay, and? I mean, come on.
Are you texting?
What? Nobody.
Is that another girl?
No.
Damn, at the Thanksgiving table.
Can't believe you would do this to me. It's Thanksgiving. Thought we had something special.
Where are you going?
Damn, no, now I gotta show y'all a funny-ass TikTok, because it reminded me when I said the clammy hands. And then we'll get into the next video. This shit is so fucking relatable, dude. And I feel like there's gonna be like 10 people in chat that get it. Or not even get it, but like relate to it. Everybody else is not going to. They're gonna be like, ugh. Alright. Lock in. Here it is. Wait. Okay. Trying to hide pee on your pants.
No paper towels in there. All wet now. Yeesh.
How is this relatable, bro? No paper towels in there, dude. God damn. You wet your pants even more.
No paper towels in there. All wet now. Yeesh. Yep. All wet now.
Bro, I didn't think anybody else did that. You pee your pants that much? No, bro. Okay, well, that's just more obvious than, like, it would normally be. But, bro, it's like the off dribble. If you're in, like, gray sweatpants. Yeah, dude, sometimes there's a little piss, bro. Sometimes there's a little piss, bro. It drips down, man. And then you're sitting there and you're like, fuck, it looks like I pissed myself. So then you're like, oh, dude, maybe I have to just wet the rest of my pants. Then it's not obvious. Oh my God, Ryder for the 3. Bro, it makes you realize like everything that you thought was unique, you've never had a unique experience in your entire life. Thomas for the sub, Ryder for the 3. I hope everyone manually breathes the rest of the day. Braun, Y and X, Katak, Stinky, Smexy, and Patty for the sub. The and Prophetic for the sub. It's Kaz Curtis and Cats for the sub. Oh my God. All right, next. Check the newest Fern. Somebody told me to watch that. We're probably not going to watch it today, but I do want to watch that video. The one about the FBI. All right. The world's deadliest theme park, the story of Action Park. I feel like we definitely didn't see this because this was like 5 months ago, but I feel like I might have heard about Action Park before. Have we watched this? I don't know. I don't recognize any of these things. Like I scanned the video like this and I don't recognize anything. So I don't think we've seen it. The Papa Meat video? No, Papa Meat did a video on the deadliest theme park accidents, but not on Action Park. You uploaded a video about it? Not about Action Park. I don't think. When's the next Minecraft stream? Tomorrow. One of the accidents on this list, Papa Meat probably went over. Okay, Thomas for the sub. Lock in.
Between 1978 and 1997, there was a theme park like no other.
There's nothing in the world like... Actually, now I'm going to have to check if Papa Meat did a video on this shit. Papa Meat Action Park. If he didn't, then we haven't seen it. No, he did a video on the deadliest amusement park rides, and one of the segments was probably about this. Okay. Action Park.
An infamous...
A lot of you guys are saying you've been there, but this was in the, like, 80s, chat. You guys didn't go to Action... Is Action Park still a thing?
Experiment that injured thousands, hospitalized hundreds, and killed half a dozen.
The most dangerous theme park of all
time. Oh, it's loud? It's because I turned the DB up so you guys could hear it. My bad.
The owner was like, I'm not going to hassle the kids with a bunch of rules. I'm just going to leave safety up to them.
Eugene Mulvihill's Action Park was a hugely popular and much-loved New Jersey attraction, remembered fondly
New Jersey?
For its experimental and thrilling rides, but also for ending in...
What the fuck? That was a... Bro, you see that loop-to-loop? Oh, hell no. You throw a big guy down that fucking tube, he ain't making it up that fucking loop. He ain't making it up that fucking loop. Then what happens? If you don't fucking... he falls back down. I don't think anybody's making it up that loop. And that... Bro, I don't think that you're gaining enough speed here to fucking fully vertical spin.
For ending in bankruptcy, scandal, and tragedy.
A lot of people got hurt over.
We've watched this. I've not seen that fucking thing.
There, as you can see, it was like extreme sports. They nicknamed it Traction Park.
A slight alteration of its official slogan sums it up quite well.
You already said the New Jersey shit in the Papa Meat video? Yeah, but I've not seen all of these.
Well. Action Park, where you're the center of the accident. In today's video, we're going to dive into the strange world of America's deadliest amusement park.
I mean, how many people have to die at an amusement park for them to shut it down? How many people have died at, like, Six Flags? How many people have died at Six Flags? But that's different locations. There's been 99 deaths at Six Flags. Most of them were at 13 of them were at Great Adventure, the highest. Then Kings Island and Magic Mountain. Great Adventure is the one in New Jersey. Who was the last person that died at Six Flags? Who was the last person that died at Great Adventure? How do they die? I feel like most people, it's like an old person that died of a heart attack. You know what I mean? Something like that. Like, I feel like in Six Flags case, when somebody dies, it's not like, oh, they fell off the ride and then got decapitated. It's usually like the G-forces made them have a heart attack and then they died in their chair. Slurpee for the sub, T-Buddy for the 3. Peed my pants fully in 3rd grade. The only way I could think of getting out of it was spilling my whole water bottle all over myself. Did it work? Thomas for the sub. Aiden for the 3. In middle school, I once left the classroom to go to the bathroom. As I reached for the door, I accidentally farted. Before returning, I put water on the bottom of my shoes to make them squeak when I walked back into class so everybody would think the noise was from my shoes instead. Then somebody asked if I farted when I walked out, and I said no.
On the 26th of May 1978, businessman Eugene Mulvihill stood admiring a creation he hoped would transform his business forever. Gene, as he was known, owned a company called Great American Recreation, which crucially operated a ski resort in the Vernon Valley and Great Gorge skiing areas of Vernon Township, New Jersey. Gene really wanted to address an inevitable difficulty of running a ski resort business. During the summer off-season, when the snow has long disappeared, your resort turns into little more than a regular grass hill, and as the snow goes, so does a significant majority of your business. Ski resorts have—
Yeah, but that's why every ski resort has a fucking water park, dude.
Had for some time been experimenting with opening summer attractions to make the land bring in revenue during this off-season, and Gene wanted to do the same. Following the example of other resorts, in 1976 he installed—
Papa Me's new video is fire. I don't know the video rundown. I just joined because late, but I recommend. We were gonna watch his one on crypto scams, but I did see he uploaded another one. TB for the 5. Speaking of the Papa Me, his new video is fire. I already read that.
A 2,700-foot alpine slide down one of the steeper trails, and by 1978 added to—
This shit looks terrible. You know the most anticlimactic shit ever? You ever been on like a potato sack slide? Those are so ass. That's like that fucking boof shit, dude. Going to like a county fair and they give you a potato sack for like a fucking metal slide and it's so slow and boring.
2 water slides and a go-kart track. The result was a collection of attractions that became known as Vernon Valley Summer Park, which would open that May. This made it one of the first water parks in America, and over the following 2 decades would grow to 75 separate rides under its rebranded name Action Park. But as well as its massive size—
I hate waiting at water parks at the top for like somebody that's slow as shit to fucking get off the ride. Like if I was one of the people that like waves people on, oh, I'd be letting everybody know. I'd say you better get your ass off this fucking ride the second you get at the end of this tube, because I'm sending somebody your way 5 seconds after you fucking go. You're on a fucking shot clock here, pal. You're gonna hear them approaching you. It's gonna be like you're in a fucking horror film. So you better make yourself a little more aerodynamic, buddy, because they're gonna be right behind you.
Size, Action Park was unique in one very particular way. As his son Andy Mulvihill put it, Gene didn't want to do the same old shit, where you just get strapped into something or it twirls around. He wanted to take the idea of skiing, which is exhilarating because you control the action, and transfer it into an amusement park. There's inherent risk in that, but that's what made it fun. This simple philosophy of putting the guest in control made the park hugely successful, but would also become its biggest controversy. Action Park's first ride was coincidentally one of its all-time most dangerous. The 2,700-foot sledding track was constructed out of a mixture of concrete, fiberglass—
Oh my god, a concrete track, and it's so thin you fucking fly off of that going 40 miles an hour. Oof.
And asbestos.
Like, you ever fall off a bike and you scrape against, like, the asphalt, just rips your skin open.
Patrons would slide down the winding track on a small sled using only a handbrake to slow their descent. Injuries were atrociously frequent as patrons were sent down without much prior warning of the—
Oh, I would so purposely bump into somebody, dude. Oh my God. Like, you ever been go-karting and it says on the back of every go-kart, don't run into somebody behind you? Right at the end, always just fucking bam, just slam right into some. Oh, sorry. I didn't mean to.
the high likelihood their sled
Yeah, especially if it's your friend in front of you.
jump
Oh,
the
dude, you're fucking slamming right into the back of them.
tracks on tight corners if they fail to apply the required amount of braking or lean to distribute their weight properly. Owing to poor maintenance practices, the sleds—
That's dangerous. You're sitting on the slide and you just got your toddler in between your legs while you're fucking holding the handbrake. Oh my God. That kid is flying off that ride.
braking system would really only offer 2 settings: extremely slow and a speed described by a former employee as death awaits. The result was patrons, usually wearing only bathing suits and most definitely without any helmets or protection, would regularly be thrown off their sled, suffering severe abrasions and broken limbs. Between 1984 and 1985, the slide alone was responsible for 14 fractures and 26 head injuries. In fact, it's reported that at the end of a busy day, staff would find certain sections of the slide coated in a reddish sheen of blood and shredded skin. Staff kept a magic potion.
What? You're going down and you just see blood splotches?
Of 70% alcohol and 10% iodine.
Your legs scraping on the concrete? That's what I'm saying. That would just rip. You would literally rip down to the flesh like a burn.
On hand to spray down severely carpet burned patrons. An employee was ejected at such a high velocity that the resulting injury gouged the back of his legs and butt so badly that he needed 200 stitches. And finally, just to add insult to injury, because the Alpine slide traveled directly under the—
You know what's wild too is they probably just signed a contract before they went on it, so they just can't sue
the
them.
park's former ski lift, those riding would routinely get spat or urinated on from above. The slide—
What? People would be peeing on them? Yo, that's not even the park's fault, though. That's not even the park's fault. That's the clientele. The clientele are peeing on the people going down the slide. Holy shit. Okay, maybe spitting, but, like, just because you're being a dick. But, like, you're whipping out your genitals and peeing on ongoing people.
was located at the Alpine.
If I got peed on, I'd find that motherfucker. Yo, it's the same thing when you ever go down, like, one of those, like, river rides and people pay to, like, spray you as you go down and, like, you look at them. Dude, I swear to God, if I saw somebody on the ski lift and I look up and they peed on me, I would spend the rest of the day finding that person and then actually just fucking beating the piss out of them.
Alpine Center, one of the 3 main sections of Action Park, the other 2 being Motor World and Water World, which housed the vast majority of—
I would ditch the car. I would full brake, hop out of the car, and then run to the end of the fucking— oh my God. You know the fear in their eyes? If you did that, they pee on you, you full halt your fucking car, and then run to the end of the ski lift and just fucking wait. And you're just standing there, and they're slowly just approaching you, and you're just like, just eyeing them down. What would they do? Like, now that, like, they're just dead.
Of the park's rides. The nearby skateboard park was closed after only a single season due to inadequate build quality. The skating bowls were separated from each other by pavement, which in many cases did not match the height of the bowl edge, meaning boards would get stuck on the lip. A former employee commented it was responsible for so many injuries that we covered it up with dirt and pretended it never happened. And in fact, some of the rides were so dangerous they never even managed to open to the public at all. The Bailey Ball was such an attraction.
Oh my God, what the fuck is this? They just spin it around. It just has wheel. Dude, this looks like somebody made it in their backyard. Like over a year.
Essentially a large steel sphere with industrial roller wheels bolted all around the outside, creating what can only be described as a replica World War II era anti-submarine mine. The idea was a human rider would be secured inside and rolled downhill on a PVC pipe track. However,
And they would be spinning in a metal ball. Would there be like foam pads in the midst of it?
When the state inspector arrived to see the ball in action, the summer heat had expanded the piping, causing the ball, with a man inside it, to fly off the tracks, rolling down the steep slope uncontrolled and traveling straight through the parking lot across Route 94 and finally coming to rest in a swamp. It said that...
Okay, I hope he's okay. But that, like, literally sounds like a Jackass film, like, stunt. They go him down the ride, and he starts just beelining it towards a highway. Like, yeah, some Looney Tunes shit.
That the inspector watched silently as the ball came to a rest before prompting...
And he's just sitting there, the inspector, just dead silent, just with a clipboard. Oh. Oh, okay. That wasn't supposed to happen.
Leaving without saying a word. Management abandoned.
He just left. He just walked out.
This masterpiece.
Oh, also my sub goal's still broken. I don't know what the fucking problem is. It's Frosty for the sub.
After the first season, in 1978, Gene sought to expand this park, believing the best way to do this was, quote, by legalizing drunk driving, in a collection of attractions known as Motor World. The first ride of note here was the Grand Prix track, featuring 3/4 size...
Yo, how is it legal that you could ride golf carts while inebriated? Why is it legal to drive golf carts drunk? Oh, it says it's not. Okay, but every single person on a golf cart at a golf course is drinking and driving. They have cart girls that come around and give you shots while you're golfing. It's because it's private property. Even then, I don't know. But I know motherfuckers are hammered. Maybe.
Formula One races.
Maybe because it's private property.
That could travel at over 50 miles per hour. If that wasn't concerning enough, the park operated an alcohol drinks bar only a few meters away. Patrons would ride these races drunk and often underage using a fake driver's license. One employee actually broke into the park in the middle of the night, stole a Lola Racer, and disabled its inbuilt speed limiter before taking it for a joyride down Route 94. Police reportedly pursued the employee at over 90 miles per hour for several miles before
those cars went 90 miles an hour without a limiter.
He was apprehended. Similar to the Lola races were the super go-karts. Drivers were not required to present a license here, which would not...
That guy's in a fucking Speedo.
...be so concerning were it not for the fact that the inbuilt speed limiter could be disabled by wedging in a tennis ball, enabling patrons to fly around at speeds reaching 50 miles an hour. A particularly unique injury that would occur here is that because the carts ran on petrol engines, the fume inhalations would regularly make patrons sick, and sometimes the gas caps would fly off the carts.
I would love that, though. I'm sorry. I love the smell of gas. Oh, I love the smell of gas. If it was just straight, just like fuel, I'd be going... just fucking sniffing that shit while I'm driving. Just... You're just getting high off the gas fumes.
As people drove along, splashing out the liquid fuel and hitting drivers further behind.
I just start huffing the engine right before we go. I'm like, hold up, can you give me a minute? Okay, I think I'm ready.
Kind of Mario Kart style attack. The super speedboats suffered a very similar issue. A tamer attraction nearby called bumper boats took the idea of hitting cars into each other and then put that on water. The problem was not with the bumper boats ride itself, more that patrons would treat the faster super speedboats as bumper boats, smashing the flimsy boats into each other at excessive speeds. Anyone too tall would have to dangle their legs over the side, and you can imagine just how regularly this caused lower
dangle your legs over the side, like you would have to fucking like sit like with your legs over the lip of the boat.
Extremity fractures. The engine fumes also coated the lake water in a kind of oily sheen, burning and irritating guests unlucky enough to fall into the water after a high-speed collision.
Okay, this is so dangerous, but at the same time, bro, I wish they had like a cool version of this today that wasn't dangerous, because this looks so fucking fun. You're telling me you just pay like $10 and I could just go and operate a fucking boat at like 30 miles an hour in the middle of like a fucking lake in the mountains.
Induced delirium was the reward for anyone who managed to stay inside the boat. And finally, another noteworthy attraction for Motorworld was one of the park's most popular attractions called Battle Action Tanks, featuring little mobile tanks that fired tennis balls from a cannon.
Featuring little mobile tanks that actually shot full-on explosive projectiles at each other. The owner states that with the customers having the control over each other, he didn't think anything would go wrong.
If you shot another tank's hit point, it would temporarily disable movement, and static cannons placed on the arena's perimeter also allowed guests standing outside to fire.
I don't understand how this is dangerous, though.
In. This particular attraction was one of the staff's least favorite to guard because of the high likelihood of getting pelted with tennis balls that would fire at over 90 miles an hour while trying
never mind.
to perform maintenance in the area. But
yeah, you'd be aiming for the workers, let's be real. You'd be I understand them being upset. It's like when you go to a driving range and you try to hit the golf cart that's picking up the golf balls. You'd see the worker out there. You're in your little tank, and you see the worker come to sweep the balls away. Boom, boom, boom. You just hit him. He fucking runs away.
But finally, the most loved and most infamous section of rides were gathered into an area known as Waterworld. Undoubtedly the most dangerous, these were the rides that would ultimately lead to the tragic downfall of Action Park. Probably the single most recognizable.
I mean, this just looks so... Dude, I just don't understand. I don't understand how they tested this and then proved that little... I understand it's like a high incline, but for you to go a full fucking loop...
of all these rides was the Cannonball Loop, a fully enclosed water slide with a unique, completely vertical loop at the end. You tend not to see these at water parks for the perhaps unsurprising reason that shooting people out of a vertical loop is not necessarily conducive to their survival. The ride itself was built kind of by the eyeball, using some nearby car factory workers who had recently been made redundant as labor. When the first test dummies went down, it was reported...
Am I crazy, or does that bit right there look flat? Like, I feel like you're just gonna get like wedged into the barrel there, and this tube looks very small. I feel like anybody over like 180 pounds just would not fit in this.
That one came back missing its head to convince real humans to go.
What? They tested it with dummies, and one came back decapitated. And they said, yeah, let's fucking release this shit.
Down, the park offered employees $100, and eventually Eugene's son Andy was the first
$100 to go down the ride
person to do so. But in
the 80s, how much is that today? Like $300? $100 in 1980 today. $359 to go down it one time.
Full hockey protective gear. This ride suffered from an inevitable problem of physics. If a human body was either...
Somebody said, yo, there's been a huge misunderstanding. Can you unban Bando? Oh my god. No. Because Bando's a really shitty chatter, and I'm assuming you're Bando. You're literally saying Christianity won't exist in 100 years. Can you stop disrespecting Christianity? Are you dumb? 65 is outrageous. Poor Joe has no family. And then I'm actually 6. I know you're not 6, but you're a dick. Global warming's killing Christmas. I timed you out because you said let's not make it philosophical, and then you got all mad at me. I didn't say that Christianity wouldn't exist in 100 years. I said that Christmas is becoming less and less of a religious holiday, that within 100 years, I don't think that the majority of people that celebrate it will even recognize it as a religious holiday. That's a valid take, seeing how it's going. I'm not saying that should be the case, but I would say the majority of Christians would agree that that's why there's signs that say, put the Christ back in Christmas. Because it's just not really a religious holiday anymore. In terms of how people celebrate it. Obviously, it is historically and religiously, but I'm saying, like, most people don't think of Christianity when they celebrate Christmas. Rekey for the sub. But, yeah. No. I'm not going to unban you. Should I unban you? I don't know. I'll give you another try. If Bando says anything stupid ever again, I'm just going to permaban him. and whatever account that you just typed in as well.
They're too light or too heavy. They often wouldn't have the right momentum to safely clear the loop and would get stuck at the top.
General Zod said, damn it. I mean, dude, General Zod, if you see Bando say some dumb shit again, just ban him.
Crashing down on either side. Nosebleeds and facial and back injuries were extremely common, so much so that the ride was only open for a single month before the state's advisory board forced it shut, considering it too dangerous. Some early riders were even coming back with lacerations to their bodies, and when the ride
Oh my god.
It was closed to determine what caused this. Teeth that had been knocked out of previous riders' mouths were now lodged in the foam-lined interior walls, slicing.
Bro, so you had other people's teeth that came out of their mouth that were getting other people. Why would anybody go on this ride? Okay, I understand they didn't shut it down, but are these, like, are the people that went on this ride fucking stupid too, like, as well? Like, you're telling me there's people coming back with broken bones, missing teeth, and then you're like, yeah, I'm going to go down this ride. And then you come back with a fucking gash just straight down your arm.
Open the next riders as they passed through. But the cannonball loop was by far from the only crazy installation. The Tarzan swing was a steel arch suspended from a cable.
This doesn't seem that dangerous to me.
Over a spring-fed
as long as they fucking let go.
Natural pool. Patrons waited in long lines for the chance to swing out and jump off into the water below. Because this spring was fed by mountain water, the temperature rarely exceeded 50 degrees, a fact most only came to appreciate as their bodies immediately went into hypothermic shock upon entering the water, where they would need immediate rescue after being unable to pull themselves back out. Another danger was if you
I've been in natural springs, and they're cold as fuck, but another thing here, if you're in the Poconos, or they're saying North Jersey in the mountains, or in the mountains, and they say, hey, this is mountain water, and it's 60 degrees outside, and you're going, huh, mountain water is probably pretty cold, right? Probably colder than the air, right? And then you jump in and you're surprised that the water's not 85 degrees.
Held on for too long, you risked crashing into the concrete platform at the far side of the pool. Something
that is dead ass their fault, though. Like, I understand all these businesses today have to make it like straight up no user failure. Like, even if they're an idiot, they can't get injured because, like, people will be stupid and hurt themselves. But, like, you're going on a fucking triangle, like, swing, and if you don't let go, like, no shit, you're gonna get hurt. That's like going on a rope swing attached to a tree and just not letting go and then slamming back into the fucking tree.
Thing that broke many ankles and toes, but that's just a skill issue, really. In fact, unsuspected
yeah. W creator. See, you know.
Danger was a prevalent
user error
theme of Waterworld. At the Aquascoot, patrons would skim across a shallow pool of water only slightly deeper than a puddle in places, using a plastic sled in the same manner as skipping a stone over a lake. However, if you lean too far forward or back, the edge of the sled would bite into the water.
Yeah, and then your head probably smacks the ground. Okay, see, this is not a user error.
Water catapulting the rider's head directly forward into the shallow puddle, resulting in serious injuries. Even if you avoided this, often the attendant would have already let the next rider down, slamming straight into the back of you.
Deep as a puddle? This kid is up to his nipples, okay? I don't know. Deep as a puddle.
The collection of raft-based artificial whitewater rides were also notoriously dangerous. Roaring Rapids was built to look like a natural river, complete with jagged rocks and sharp
in some places, yeah, probably near the end.
overhangs that fractured femurs, collarbones, and dislocated knees and shoulders.
Oh yeah, no, this just looks like a bad idea.
One of the courses featured a toilet bowl which flushed riders down into a dark tunnel. A tunnel lined with foam
and somebody probably drowned here.
Padding that would often tear away from the walls, narrowing the hole and causing human riders to clog the toilet. Attendants would then have to quickly turn off the water.
Oh my god, in the pitch black? Oh my god, fuck no. I would immediately start punching, dude. I would start freaking out. If I get clogged into a pitch black hole and there's water rushing and other people coming down, oh, I'm going to start screaming.
Water supply to stop those congested patrons from drowning. Surf Hill was another infamous attraction. Patrons would slide down a wet sloped surface on foam mats at high speed, landing in a very shallow puddle. The barriers between lanes were minimal and people frequently collided with each other on the way down or at the end. The 7th lane was known as the backbreaker due to a special bump midway intended to allow jumps and splashdowns into a larger puddle. It also had a reputation for causing serious injury, but both employees and spectators much loved this ride for one very particular quirk. You see, Surf Hill was especially good at separating women from their bikini tops. Women would stand up at the end of the surf and, disorientated from hitting the plastic ridges at high speeds, wouldn't realize that they had emerged significantly less covered than they began the ride. A nearby snack bar was installed specifically to take advantage of this view.
The business purposefully did that, where people would just sit there and eat and watch like women lose their tops on this ride.
However, a single ride stood out from all the others. A ride so deadly it quickly became
the grave pool. I think all wave pools are stupid and also not fun. I've been to a lot of water parks, and any wave pool is just, if it's like a dead day, they're fun, right? But wave pools, crowded, smelly ass people. I'm going to be real here. Not the best clientele in a wave pool, okay? I don't want to diss people in general, right? But the people that love the wave pool at water parks, usually the people that are covered in Band-Aids and they fall off and they have like open wounds, or it looks like they haven't showered, or they're just like, they can't swim, and they're like, for some reason in something that's like, you know, very dangerous. Like, why are you in a fucking wave pool? Like, I don't know. It's just like the people that are in wave pools, and they're always packed, and then you're running into other people, and it's like, I don't want a stranger just fucking like slamming into me while we're in the water. No.
Known by employees.
Wave pool or lazy river? No, I fuck with the lazy river. The lazy river's gross, right? But it's not as bad as a wave pool. Lazy river, yeah, there's floating Band-Aids and shit, but I'm just going to sit up on my tube, right? I'm just going to sit up on my tube, and I'm barely touching the water, so it doesn't bother me as much. And if I'm in the lazy river, I'm probably drunk, so I don't really care as much. But if I'm in a wave pool, it's just annoying, right? I'm not having a good time. If it was just like me and the people I knew, it would be fun, but no.
As the Grave Pool. The tidal wave pool opened at the start of Action Park's.
Why are you drunk at a water park? Why would I not be drunk at a water park? They have bars at water parks. Why do you think they have so much alcohol at water parks? Because then it's fun for people that aren't 5.
1981 season. The pool was 100 feet wide.
Normally I drink in the parking lot. Wow, that's degenerative. I just said that. Me and my friends, okay, it's not just me. Normally I drink in the parking lot, if I'm being honest. At a water park, I'm so serious. Normally I drink at the water park. It's cheaper. The alcohol at water parks is very expensive, okay? So you pull up, park the car, turn the car off, slam back 5 shots, and then walk in.
And 200.
You drink and drive? No. Because I'm there for fucking 7 hours.
50 feet long and could hold
Usually I'm not driving. No, most of the time I might eat an edible because then I'm high and I'm going high speeds and I feel like I'm fucking time warping. I feel like I'm in the movie Interstellar going down the tube. I'm like, and it's fucking just full G-forces. Full G-forces. It's insane. Hold up. Bro's pre-gaming the water park. Chat, am I the only person that does that? I feel like I'm not. I feel like that's not that crazy. Nah. Have you ever jumped out of the tube during the rides? Yeah, all the time. Reheave this ad.
100 to 1,000 people at once. This was a seriously large and deep wave pool. The waves were generated by underwater machines for 20 minutes at a time with 10-minute breaks and could reach a whopping 1 meter high. The comparative calm of the water in break periods contrasted with the severity of those waves in a relatively deep pool that got deeper towards the machine end, meant that patrons would often get sucked much deeper into the pool than they intended, only realizing their mistake when they were in over their depth with nowhere to stand up. Because of the
What do you feel when you're drunk? What do you even mean?
restricted entry, the water would often be covered in a dense packed layer of floating rings, which would keep people trapped underwater if they got swept down. The dangerous conditions would often cause people to crowd at the relatively
Yo, Asia the Herbivore, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Thank you for a sub. Thank you for the 5 fucking gifted. Appreciate the subs there.
few ladders to escape. 12 lifeguards were on duty permanently, and on high traffic weekends, as many as 30 people would need to be rescued from drowning. For comparison, a regular pool lifeguard will usually make 0 or a single rescue
Yeah, I feel like most lifeguards just do nothing.
per year. In fact, when a consultant,
Which is ideal. Curly for the sub.
lifeguard arrived to make recommendations to improve safety, he was so overwhelmed by the severity of the conditions, he simply disappeared and never returned. And out of the hundreds of near drownings, on 3 separate occasions, the wave pool would prove to be fatal. In July of 1982, a 15-year-old boy named George Lopez would drown. 2 years later, 20-year-old Donald DePass, and finally, in July 1987...
See, this is what I'm talking about, though, bro. Does this look fun to you guys? You see how many fucking people are here? Like, this is your little group, and then there's somebody that's literally like 6 inches to your right.
An 18-year-old
Like, it's just annoying.
Gregory Grandchamps. These were not the only deaths at Action Park. The first reported death was in 1980 when 19-year-old George Larson Jr. was riding the Alpine slide after hours. His car
After hours? What, like when it was dark outside? Royal for the
jumped
sub.
the tracks, and when ejected, George's head struck a rock. He died from his injuries 8 days later in hospital. Then on the 1st of August 1982, only 2 days after the drowning of George Lopez, 27-year-old Jeffrey Nathan was riding in an attraction we actually have.
And what happens? And like when George Lopez died and drowned in the water park, do they close the whole water park? Or do they just go, do they evacuate the wave pool for fucking 30 minutes and then just let people back in? Like, I would want to leave. You know what I mean? Like, wouldn't you want to leave? If you were at a water park, not even at the wave pool, and then there's like a siren and you're like, somebody just died, I would go, I kind of don't want to be here anymore.
Haven't covered yet, called the kayak experience, which despite sounding and being
If it was like an old person had a heart attack, different, right? Because it's like, okay, they just died of like health issues. But if it was like, oh, they died on a ride, I'm fucking dipping.
relatively tame compared to some of the other attractions, featured a hidden deadly secret lurking under the water. The kayak
Yo, Leonard, thank you for the 5 fucking gifteds. Thank them if you got a sub. Thank you for the 5 gifteds. Amazing for the sub. And Leonard for the individual sub as well.
experience was an artificial whitewater kayak run powered by underwater fans that agitated the water to provide the current. Frequently, kayaks would tip over or get lodged among the concrete rocks, meaning patrons would have to step out of the kayak in order to right it again. When Jeffrey stepped out, his foot touched a grill covering one of those electrified fans. A 19 ampere current passed into his body and caused him to go into cardiac arrest. He later died in a nearby hospital. And finally, sometime during 1984, a man died after suffering cardiac arrest, allegedly caused by the shock of cold water in the pool beneath the Tarzan swing. The water that day was believed to be
The cold fucking water caused him to have a heart attack?
around 50 degrees. So
I mean, like, how cold is ocean water in like the summer? Ocean water temp, New Jersey, summer. That's a 75. There's no way. At the start of the summer, it's like fucking, I feel like it's like high 50s. 60. Like, that shit's cold as fuck. Yeah, no, if you sit in that water, you're going to go, you're going to start getting numb. Liam for the sub. I never thought the shock would give you a heart attack, though.
At this point, let's go a little deeper into how and why Action Park was so dangerous and how it managed to continue running for so long. Firstly, many of the staff attendants were teenagers and poorly, if at all, trained. Many were under the influence of alcohol while working, and training was never taken particularly seriously. The former security director, Jim Desai, got the job at age 21. They cared little for enforcing the rules, and considering the attitude of at least quite a few of the patrons, that's not entirely surprising. Sometimes physical altercations occurred between visitors or each other and staff. There was often physical
Well, yeah, because it's also their summer job, and they're just trying to fuck around and make money.
disparity in favor of the patrons, and the teenage attendants didn't feel they had the power to discipline adult guests and would struggle to enforce the rules. This was definitely exacerbated by the availability and prevalence of alcohol on site. Beer was sold pretty much everywhere, and
somebody redeemed Flex, sorry.
the drinking age rules were enforced in a particularly lax manner. The generally short distance between many of these kiosks and the rides involving operating motor vehicles with no safety equipment in a bathing suit really set people up for a rough time. It's fair to say that because Action Park was closer and slightly cheaper than the neighboring
Are you going to be live Christmas Eve, Christmas? Christmas Eve, yeah. Christmas Day, no.
Six Flags Great Adventure Park, many of the patrons were from lower income communities who had less opportunity to learn how to swim, and the fact that the park was advertised heavily to the Spanish and Polish communities nearby, even though that there were no translated instructions, did set the park up for some trouble. There was a fundamental clash between how people viewed Action Park and
Wait, so they didn't even have signs in different languages?
what it intended itself to be. See, Gene's philosophy was that Action Park existed in a similar way a beach does. If someone swims out at a beach and drowns, it's a tragic accident, but there is more of a perceived onus on the swimmer for going out and making bad decisions and getting beyond their depth. Dying on a roller coaster, however, does feel somewhat different. You're kind of strapped and there's no skill involved in staying alive on a roller coaster. But it's been suggested that many of the patrons took that roller coaster attitude to Action Park and held not enough regard for their safety in the face of prevalent dangers because they never expected to need a level of control over
Well, yeah, because most other water parks, it's just go down the slide and you do nothing and you're safe.
the danger to stay safe. People just didn't realize that the wave pool was a genuine threat to life if used incorrectly. And
I'm used incorrectly, dude. This looks like you're in a fucking hurricane in the ocean.
the lifeguards
This ain't even a wave pool. It's going in all directions.
regularly had to rescue people who jumped into the deep end without actually being able to swim. And again, turning to how
I mean, come on, though. I mean, come on, though. They don't know how to swim, and they jumped in the deep end of a wave pool. I would say the wave pool looks very unsafe. Yeah, if you're not a great swimmer, different. But you're telling me you don't know how to swim and you jumped in in 8 feet of water in a wavy pool.
how the theme park ran for so
Do
many
you fuck with King Dakar? It's a mid-ass roller coaster. It's more of a gag than actually being something that's that great. I've been on it before. I think it's something you go on once and then you just go on the other roller coasters. Nitro's better. Aaliyah for the 3. Leonard for the 10. It's my first time watching on Twitch. Well, thank you for the fucking dono, dude. And thank you for the gifts as well. Liam for the sub.
years with such a poor safety record, there are actually multiple interesting contributing factors. Because many of the rides were pioneering at the time, often built out of wild imagination as opposed to stringent engineering and testing, it was difficult for the regulatory authorities to control Action Park's rides. Especially in the early days, if a person survived a test run and nothing visually was falling apart, that was considered adequately safe. It's probably not a huge leap to also say that a special relationship existed between Action Park and the state, as the park was only ever fined once in its operating history.
Well, because it probably also brought the state a lot of money.
In fact, there's a humorous anecdote that when the local government complained about the high demand for ambulances generated by Action Park, Gene simply bought the local hospital a new fleet of vehicles. Accident and
Freak for the 3, your boy for the sub.
Injury reporting was often not
Dant.
done correctly or at all. And in cases where a claimant sought liability for injury, the park's legal attack dog attorney would viciously fight tooth and nail. In fact, it became difficult for victims to hire legal representation from the local lawyers purely because
Weak dent? Yeah, dude, it's too early into the stream. I got short hair right now.
they all knew just how hard Action Park would fight every single claim through to trial. This was quite
Yo, you love Davey. Thank you for the 5 gifted. Thank you for thank you for the 5 gifted.
unusual for a business, but this is where we get to the downfall of Action Park. Action Park wasn't forced closed, it actually went bankrupt. GAR simply couldn't contend with paying for everyone who got injured there. As one litigant alleged,
oh, so he did get fined for people that got injured.
in the early 1990s, there were over 2,400 active or past litigants who were seeking compensation against GAR. It turned out that the reason Action Park fought so hard to avoid paying was simply because they had no insurance. It's surprisingly expensive to insure for rides that have a tendency to maim and kill, so Gene came up with a pretty ingenious solution. He just
don't pay it.
Set up his own fake insurance company called London and World.
No.
And insured Action Park for nominal cost. He then did something really crafty and underwrote his fake insurance company with an actual
That has to be illegal.
real firm
Somebody redeemed Scream. Yo, refund that, dude.
called Dover
I'm not doing the Scream today.
Insurance, saying to anyone
I'm going to fucking lose my voice. That's access for the
who
3.
asked that they would cover
Can you look at Green's unban requests? Yeah, but if I don't unban him, I'm going to ban your account as well because I could see that you just made another fucking account to try and get unbanned. Yeah, no, you're not getting banned. You're not getting unbanned, buddy. And I'm going to ban your other account too. Thanks. The access for the 3.
any gaps in his own coverage. Dover and nobody else realized that
Bro hasn't screamed like ever. People redeemed like 2 screams yesterday, and I was just screaming at the top of my lungs. And I was just yapping.
this meant they'd be covering literally any pay.
Don't act like I don't do the scream, buddy.
It
Why do you get banned? Saying weird shit about Brooke.
was a clever workaround that avoided Gene needing to pay any premiums while still technically operating with some coverage. Not surprisingly, the government were not happy to find this out, but Gene did make the argument he paid out of his own pocket whenever someone got injured. And by February 1996, the constant legal attacks culminated with the creditors who had taken on their $14 million debt petitioning the company to force it into bankruptcy. And a year later, in 1997, they announced the cessation of...
Somebody said, have you broke up with Brooke yet? No, I plan on getting married to her someday.
all operations. What followed was, in short, a changing of hands between multiple owners, modifications, closures, to produce a much tamer version of the original Action Park. Many of the ride's most dangerous attractions were either removed completely, buried, or made significantly tamer. The Action Park that ran for 2 decades was no more. A huge reason why Action Park continued for so long was simply because it was loved by a great many people. In fact,
oh yeah, dude, if you're not getting injured, it is very fun. You know, being able, these rides do look more interesting than most water parks even today.
The park often
just because of what you're able to do.
Made the argument that although a lot of people were injured and, well, killed sometimes, they did serve millions and millions of customers every year who had a great experience. Gene's fundamental ethos was to put people in control of their action, and this unique
I've never even seen some shit like this at water parks where you're able to jump this high.
Experiment created great memories for a lot of people. The bumps and injuries were often considered a source of pride and proof that you had survived Action Park. But thanks to Woke, children these days pretty much will never get the chance to experience the sheer joy of entering cardiac arrest halfway down an artificial water chute composed entirely of rebar concrete and exposed wiring. And I think that's a great shame. Action Park is a unique relic of a long gone pre-health and safety era of history that could never realistically be replicated today. If you enjoyed this video and want to dive in any further, I'd highly recommend Andy Mulvihill's book, Action.
No, it is actually a really good fucking video though. I actually really enjoyed that. We've heard about Action Park before very briefly, but I didn't even know half of those fucking rides existed. But yeah, W video. Next. Geeka and Frank for the sub. I gotta piss real quick, chat. So count me down 30 seconds. I'll play this video for you guys that I said I was going to play when I pissed.
And I'ma tell her, she sings for me, she crying. Your mama took on the packs, I'll be selling her. A click bombers and bang them and I'm nothing. Hop in the cab, I'm banging the crossword up. Head in the west and I'm banging the push further. Couple of cans and a puff on my test stick. Click on my fingers, he's cutting me cough there.
We're back. Next. Was that a good video? Drew and Frank for the sub, Geek for the sub, Quandale for the 3. The ideas of December are to come. What? You love for the 3. Give me a G Fuel code. I'm not sponsored by G Fuel anymore. Next. Oh my God. The art of dog acting. Lock it in. Very excited for this video.
Have you ever looked at a dog in a movie and thought, that dog doesn't even know he's in a movie? That dog.
Every single time. Every single time. Number one, when they kill a dog in a movie, like in John Wick, that's where I start losing my shit. And I go, you better go on a rampage, right? I understand John Wick's motives here. But whenever I see a dog in a movie and they're like a really good actor too, you know what I mean? Like they're very well trained and they play their part like perfectly. I'm like, how the fuck do they get the dog to do this? Not even just like listen to commands, but they're playing a role. Like, it has to sit there, look at the camera, and do all this other shit. Treats, bro. But you know how many takes it probably had? Like, getting a dog to do that shit is not easy. And then, even then, they just think they're fucking around. They don't know they're in a movie.
Dog is like Truman Burbank in The Truman Show, performing for an audience he doesn't know exists. Millions of people have seen him, and he will never know.
We've become bored with watching actors give us phony emotions. No scripts, no cue cards. It isn't always Shakespeare, but it's genuine.
When you think about it, dog acting is the pure...
I love dogs, dude. Oh my God. There are, like, dude, I would say most big dog breeds I love. There's a lot of small dog breeds I hate because they're, like, assholes. But, oh my God, dude. Like, boxers, pit bulls, Rottweilers. Oh.
Form of performance. A dog actor is an artist with no ego. An artist that doesn't even know he's an artist. With no vanity and no way of knowing the result, dog actors transcend all human artists. Compared to dog actors, Da Vinci is a 2-year-old chewing on Crayola. Kubrick is a baby who found the camera app on his iPad. And Michelangelo...
You know what's fucked up is the dog from Wizard of Oz made more than the Munchkins.
Is a 3rd grader who just made a man out of string cheese.
The little people that had to play the Munchkins made less than the dog, than Toto.
You ever had that?
They get paid a lot. Dogs get paid a lot.
Thought before?
How they pay a dog? They pay the owner of the dog. But the dog gets a salary that gets, you know, transitioned to the owner.
Dogs have a rich history of acting in films. We have our dog movie stars, Lassie, Rin Tin Tin, Old Yeller. Entire franchises have been built around...
Yeah, Air Bud. Bro, Air Bud, he's the main character. And he has no idea. This motherfucker just thinks we're playing around today for treats and doing commands and shit. This motherfucker starring in 6 films.
Dogs. Beethoven, Air Bud, Scooby-Doo. There's an award for best dog performance, the coveted Palm Dog. But beyond the frivolities of
oh my God,
and money, there lies an art form.
Oh my God, they have a fucking treat on a stick with a tennis ball.
Dog actors do many of the same things a human actor does. They can emote, speak, hit marks, play dead, really play dead, play basketball, fight humans, fight other dogs, do improv comedy.
Wow, I didn't even think about the fucking... There's attack dogs that actually attack in movies. How does that work? How do they not actually kill? Like, how do you train a dog to play attack someone and not actually kill them?
And to drink beer, all in complete safety. But how? How does a dog act? To find out, let's look at Homeward Bound: The Incredible Journey. In this scene, Shadow is watching his master drive away and thinking he's abandoning him. Look at his expression. It's a look of desperate longing. He wants to run after him, but knows he can't. But...
Yeah, how do they make the dog do that emotion? Like, you can tell when your dog's sad.
That's a dog. The dog actor, Molly, can't know all of this backstory. How does the dog know how to act?
What caused Molly to give the...
Somebody said it's sometimes CGI. Oh, you think like they change their emotion, or you're saying the dog just isn't even there?
Look that I was looking for, you showed her a bird. Molly just started literally shaking, like every bone.
Oh, show her a bird and then tell her she can't move.
In her body says, I'm going to go get that bird, but I can't go unless I'm released, and I'm staying. And that was the look.
Oh my God. And when you get a big dog and they start going, and they start like, they verbalize their discontent with the situation they're in. It's like when I'm eating food and I don't give Daisy, like, I'll give Daisy like food scraps, and if I don't give her any, she'll just start like just whining, dude. But not even like like an angry,
every bone.
Like, you got to be fucking kidding me.
My body says, I'm following my boy. He's driving away. I have to go with him.
Showing a retriever a bird is just one method to get a dog to convey emotion. Methods vary from trainer to trainer and dog to dog. The dog's emotions could be a direct reaction to the trainer. In White God, brothers Luke and Bodhi gave award-winning performances as Hagen because of their trainer, Teresa Ann Miller.
Everything that the dog does is a reflection of either my body language or my tone of voice. You give very direct cues, one word.
Oh my God, dude.
And one syllable.
And it's able to just fucking give, like, oh wow, that is such like an emotion. That sounded so stupid, but it's like getting the dog to do, like, every dog has these emotions, right? Like when they eat like tissues or something and you come in, or they poop on the floor and then they give you that face. But like being able to just trigger them to do that emotion is insane.
Commands to the dog, and you get a quick reaction to what you're asking him to do. When you're working with animals in film, we use a much more relaxed attitude. So I might say, hey, get over there and stay. No, stay. Don't, oh, look, you know, and that kind of keeps him looking and keeps him guessing and it gives him a little bit more range to be able to.
And they have no idea what the fuck is going on.
See what's going on around him. And yet I can keep his attention.
Cookie God said next topic. Buddy, I'm letting you know I'm watching this video about dogs. I'm watching this video about dogs. If you don't like it, fuck off. Script for the sub.
At the same time.
I just said Luke and Bodhi played Hagen. 1 + 1 = 1. When you're watching a dog in a movie, you're not actually watching a dog in a movie. You're watching several dogs playing the one dog. There.
What? What? It's not one dog. It's four. There's 4 or 5 dogs playing one dog. How do they get them all to look the fucking same, though?
Are 4 Hooches, 3 Beethovens, and 2 Sandys. They do this to not...
I know in Air Bud, they don't use the same golden every time, but I thought they used the same one for each film individually. Like Air Bud, they use one dog, and then fucking Space Buddies, they use a different dog.
Overwork the dog. And it also opens up more dramatic possibilities. The dog's different personalities can add dimension to the performance.
Oh, that's true.
Bingo! One of the dogs that played Sandy did all the emotional close-ups, and... Wait a second. Notice how he's not looking at Annie. His attention seems to be fixed on someone off camera. Often, when a dog is in a movie, the dog's trainer is like a ninja, hidden somewhere beyond the frame.
Because that's how you get the best performance from an animal, is by him being able to hear and see you and react to the different various commands that you're asking him.
The trainer might be behind the camera or just off frame. Sometimes neither is an option because the shot is too wide or the setup is too elaborate. So the trainer will be hidden in plain sight. In Spider-Man 3, these...
Yeah, I don't know about being the actor and having a fucking German Shepherd maul me for the camera, because I'd be a little bit nervous that it might actually think it needs to hurt me.
Policemen are trainers. In Air Bud, this referee is Buddy's trainer. The trainer's job starts months before production by breaking down the script and finding out all the tricks the dog needs to know.
We break down all of the scenes. We try to get a feel of what's important for those...
for I Am Legend. How much do you think the dog got paid for I Am Legend? How much did the dog get paid for I Am Legend? Oh my god, it says, how much did the dog get paid for Deadpool and Wolverine? The one with the weird tongue. I can't find a number on the internet. I would guess that the dog got paid around $20,000 for the film. I mean, that's not a lot of money for Deadpool, but I mean, that's still like, dude, a dog's getting paid 20 grand to just sit there.
Particular scenes. The trainer will then train the dog for several months so the dog can perform during shooting.
Conditionne le chien, en fait, on appelle ça un conditionnement. On répète, on répète, on répète. Quand on arrive sur le plateau, le chien déjà, il a déjà vu. On change juste d'endroit.
To quickly let the dog know he's doing the right thing, the trainer can use a clicker.
Assis.
You know the craziest thing is that dogs have accents based off where they're from, country-wise. Like, if you have a golden retriever in the US and a golden retriever in France, the pitch of their voice changes off of where they're or who they're around, right? Like, obviously they're not speaking English or French or German, but like that's not true. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Do dogs have accents? Dogs develop regional accents like their owners because their owner's speech influenced the way their dog vocalizes. Fuck you. I'm right. French dogs sound different than American dogs. German dogs sound different than Japanese dogs. They all sound different. I'm so serious. It's like it changes. Obviously, yeah, they're not fucking speaking the language you are, but when they hear you, just like a baby does. If a puppy's raised around French people or German people or Chinese people, when they're speaking around the dog changes how they bark or whine or respond to certain things. Show a clip. I don't know how it would be. I'm going to look up like dog accent example. Dog barking accents by country. Oh, fuck. Well, these are all different dog breeds, too. Yep, sounds about British. All right, now that, okay, these are all just different dog breeds. This is not a good example. What is that? What is that? Nah, this is a bad video. Oh my god. What type of dog is that? The Doge dog? This is a troll video? Yeah, I'm assuming it is. I'm going to look up dog accents. Dog accents shown. Shiba Inu. Do huskies have accents?
Where are we going? Are we going somewhere? Where are we going?
I'm going to look up French
Are we
dog.
going to Mini Cooper? Yeah.
French dog talking.
Where did you go?
Okay, this is gonna take forever, chat. I'm looking up dog accents shown. Italian husky. Husky has an Italian accent.
Rispondi a questi gatti. Bravo, ma che vuoi? Diglielo.
See, you can hear it there. You can hear it there.
Che sono cattivi. Dici tu sei troppo educato. Siediti, fai vedere quanto sei educato. E vai, siediti.
Especially because huskies, it's easier to see because they mirror their owners more.
Voilà, le cul est par terre. Hop, ça c'était ça que je voulais. Couché. Voilà, là il est couché, c'était ça que je voulais.
So behind the scenes, a dog performance sounds like this.
Pick it up, come on, pick it up, come on, pick it up. Let's go, come on. Pick it up, pick it up, pick it up. Come on, Glenn, go on, go on.
With all those commands and clicks, the audio has to be dubbed over in post. Not
Wow.
every dog can be an actor. The best dog actors are able to ignore the distractions.
You think Daisy could be an actor? Fuck no. I don't think she has it in her.
Of a movie production,
she's too chill.
React naturally to the human actors while following the commands of the trainer. But even if they're exceptionally trained, you can't completely predict what a dog is going to do, which can be the best thing. Finding accidents gives life to the movie.
Which meant the camera needs to be a little looser than you would normally set up a shot, because you want a little bit of leeway when the dog does do the funny thing and go the other way. You want to be able to recover and go with them.
Casting the right dog for the right movie is crucial. The dog from the horror classic The Thing has an uncanny still.
Oh! Oh! I love this fucking movie. I didn't think they would talk about The Thing, the Husky and The Thing. The Husky and The Thing, dude. This is the best movie in the fucking world. This is my favorite film. This is my favorite film. Oh my God. Yeah, and it has fear in its eyes. Oh, fuck.
Stillness. He doesn't bark or growl. This is because the real dog named Jed is half wolf, which is perfect for his character, who is not who he seems to be. And casting the wrong dog could
Damn, because it's a husky, but it's also a wolf, so everything seems a little bit off because it's The Thing.
The loss of a limb, such as in Snatch, where Bo the Bull Terrier got a bit too excited during a take.
Straight on his nads, and it did actually get the end of his cock. And the only thing that saved Lenny's penis was his mobile telephone.
He bit into my phone.
Speaking of crotch biting, John Wick 3 and 4 features many dog action scenes, which presents two challenges. Safely getting a dog to
Yeah, how do you safely have a dog maul someone?
lunge at and bite a man where no man wants to get bitten, and hiding the trainer. Because directors Chad
Wow, I'm now noticing how many nut bites there are in action movies. Why is that a thing?
Husky uses wide, unbroken, highly choreographed takes. It's near impossible to hide the trainer in the shot, unless the actor is a trainer. Halle Berry spent 8 months learning how to train the dogs and build trust with them. And it wasn't just her. The stunt team worked in hour-long playtime shifts before the dogs would bite them in a specific area.
What's digitally moved is the stunt guys put on a special kind of padding. It's colored green. It's like almost a really bright green. And the dog has been trained that go after the green toy. Don't bite anything but the green toy. So wherever the stuntman put the green toy, and that's what the dog would go after. So if we wanted to groin hit, the stuntman would wear a Velcro green on the groin if it was a form.
And the amount of effort they have to put in, dude, that scene in John Wick's probably like 3 minutes long, maybe a little bit longer, but like almost a year's worth of work for a 3-minute scene.
I'd be on the floor.
I'd be terrified. Oh, fucking 100%. I mean, the dog could still fuck up. Super Bomb and Spider for the sub, Scruff for the sub, Corrupted for the 3. Talking about dogs, my English teacher had the nerve to say dogs aren't conscious. And by the way, your videos looking for is the husky with the Italian accent. We just watched that. You love for the 3. I wouldn't say, it depends what level of dogs are definitely conscious. But in what level, it's what your definition of consciousness is, and then what level of consciousness you're talking about. They're not conscious in the way that we are, but they are in an individualistic scenario, right? Dogs are much more conscious than other animals. They have a personality, right? They can recognize themselves in the mirror to a degree. Depends on the breed as well, what level of dog you're talking of. I think, yeah, somebody said pugs aren't. Yeah, I would say a pug or like a bulldog is much less conscious than a border collie, right? Border collies are the smartest dogs. They have like I think they have the same intelligence as like a 4-year-old, which isn't insane. But I mean, a dog having the intelligence of a 4-year-old and being able to understand simple concepts is like pretty impressive.
Back on back, and we'd come up with all these straps so the dog knew.
Let me actually look that up. I want to see how smart is a border collie compared to a human? Border collies are the intelligence of a young human child. Certain border collies know more than 1,000 toys apart from each other and can perform very simple activities.
When I see green, get green.
And of course, the stuntmen are wearing padding, which is more reliable.
Would you let a dog bite you for $1 million? Fuck yeah, dude. What?
Than a phone. Faking a dog fighting a dog is a bit easier. In White God, a dogfight was faked by having the dogs play. That's it.
Indeed, they were really just playing. They learned to be great play buddies.
But with selective editing, added sound design, and blood makeup, the result looks a lot more cruel. Sometimes faking a dog to look mean requires elaborate visual effects. In The Killer, Diva the Pit Bull is acting as a mean, violent guard dog, which wasn't convincing on set because she'd always be wagging her tail. Meaning the visual effects artists had to use
You'd be like, dude, the dog's having fun right now.
CGI to elaborately remove the wagging tail.
That was
Oh, they gave her a docked tail.
quite a commitment. There was a lot of stuff with that dog shot through a chain link fence, so it was no easy task to remove a wagging tail.
The key to faking a dog to be mean is sound design, by adding the right snarl or bark, and that goes for any temperament.
Jan, the flower.
Is that a wine?
A creature of the senses.
Max is one of the Jack Russells who plays Milo in The Mask. The sound design of his...
Oh, what a good movie that was, too. Wow. Yo, this is, like, really reminding me how many good films have, like, great dog scenes. When the dog puts on the mask.
Whines and growls, gives his character personality and dialogue. Another reason why he's such a fully realized character is the filmmakers were able to integrate accidents into the movie, such as the recurring gag of Milo not letting...
Well, and I think Jim Carrey's also I think Jim Carrey's a great actor, and then also just being able to have his personality with a dog that's also kind of, like, playful and kind of... I don't want to say undetermined, but you don't know what the dog's gonna do.
Letting go of
unpredictable.
He's holding, which is just Max not letting go.
Gonna throw it with you attached to it. Oh.
Or the moment where Milo keeps trying to jump in Stanley's arms, which they couldn't get on the first try, so Max kept trying, and Jim Carrey kept improvising.
Milo, put some effort into it.
This is a joke. Dogs don't play basketball.
But how does a dog play basketball? Notice how shiny the ball is. That's because the basketball isn't a basketball, but a slightly deflated, softer ball printed to look like a basketball with a lubricant on it.
Well, yeah, because I don't know if a dog's strong. Is a dog capable of hitting a heavy basketball?
The dog is doing, he's trying to catch it like he would the tennis ball, but his teeth won't fit around it. So with a very light pass, you can see he literally is just trying to bite at it, and it's popping out of his mouth.
Messi, who plays Snoop in Anatomy of a Fall, took Play Dead a step further. There's a scene where Daniel discovers that his pet Snoop is near death. What trainer Laura Martin did...
Wow, how do you make a dog play fully dead?
...is trained Messi to have a limp body, and to not react when actor Milo picks him up and cries. The vomiting is fake vomit, shot out of a tube contraption next to his mouth, and special effects were done on the eyes to make them look more lifeless.
Wow.
But I know you've been waiting for the biggest question yet. How does a dog drink beer?
It's just not beer. It's probably just water.
Well, it's not beer. It's chicken soup.
That dog
Oh,
has
it's chicken soup.
emotions. That dog is fantastic.
Why are dogs...
Chicken soup, yeah, because then they would want to drink. If it's water, they might only take a little sip. If it's chicken soup, they're going to be fucking chowing on that shit.
So good at acting. It's not just that they can be trained. They are also remarkably expressive. Most other animals seem to have their faces stuck in an expression of total indifference or paralysis.
Yeah, cats, yeah, fucking bunnies look like they're about to die at all times. Yeah, dogs are like the only... What other animals are able to show emotion well? That like I'm not talking about like cats or I'm not big cats meaning. Like what other monkeys? Are there a lot of scenes where there's apes? Rise of the Planet of the Apes doesn't even use apes. Like that's just full CGI. Right? Wolves? Well, wolves are also kind of like dogs. Dolphins can show emotion well. Elephants, their faces can't. Ogres? What?
Realizing fear. Birds, cats, lizards, fish. But a dog's face will shift to represent different moods and desires. Why? Because of us, humans and evolution.
Damn, do they model... Do they have emotion because we... I feel like wolves still have emotion. Maybe not as much as a dog, but...
If you compare the face of a dog and a wolf, there is one big difference. The levator anguli oculi medialis, a muscle responsible for raising the inner eyebrow.
Oh, get the fuck out of here. We're gonna get into human biology and how we fucking domesticated dogs into why they're such good actors.
This muscle is present in every dog, but not many wolves. It allows dogs to make puppy dog eyes, which gave dogs a selection advantage. So when a dog emotes, it's not...
That dog is adorable. Oh my god.
Make puppy dog eyes, which gave dogs a selection advantage.
What dog is that? It's got big ass ears. That's a Cocker Spaniel.
So when a dog emotes, it's not necessarily feeling that emotion. Dog facial expressions are more often used to communicate with humans rather than express emotions.
So when my dog looks at me with a sad face, it's not actually sad. And it's manipulating me.
Dogs are such great actors because...
Oh, get the fuck out of here. Wait, so they're just always acting?
Dogs have been acting, specifically for people, for thousands of years before the camera was invented.
Oh, that's so upsetting. But when they wag their tail, that means they're happy, right? Let me Google that. Why do dogs wag their tails? Usually indicate he or she is feeling excited and particularly social. If you're getting a helicopter tail, your dog is really pleased to see you. Yeah, when their butt starts wagging too, it's like there's too much emotion that they start doing a little butt wiggle as well. If your dog's tail wags slightly to the right, that means your dog knows the person, or it's a wag of recognition. What? But are they consciously doing that? Like, is a dog consciously wagging their tail? No. Do dogs consciously wag their tail? They can move them. I feel like it's breathing, though. Like, they can do it on command, or... This usually indicates he or she's feeling excited. Do dogs wag their tail consciously? The action is likely intentional. It's possible tail movements are a combination of voluntary and involuntary actions.
Despite evolving and communicating with people, dogs are not people. No matter how much training, a Labrador cannot act like Daniel Day-Lewis. Which brings us to a problem with a lot of dog movies. Dogs acting too much like people.
Yeah, that was just straight fake.
Movies. Dogs acting too much like people.
I feel like you could easily tell when it's CGI, though.
There's a problem with this footage of Harrison Ford penning a man in pajamas, and it's not that Harrison Ford is penning a man in pajamas, it's what comes next.
Dude, I would not be able to do this.
Talking about CGI dogs. Adding human features.
How much is that guy getting paid to put on fucking a suit and act like a dog?
To a pooch isn't just weird, it's wrong. Dogs emote and communicate in ways that are different than people. They use their ears, posture, and tail. CGI itself isn't the problem. Before CGI, we had another weird way of simulating dogs, puppets, which has the same problem. Our minds already impose human characteristics on everything, from a light socket.
Yeah, we gotta bring back dog actors. Dude, they're getting rid of dog actors, man. They're getting rid of dog actors, replacing it with CGI. In that one fucking movie with Kevin Hart where they all just fucking speak, that one I understand because it's impossible to make that film with real dogs. But, like, we're just gonna get AI dogs now.
To a car, to, of course, dogs. From our point of view, panting looks like a smile, and a closed mouth could make a dog look sad. We don't need a computer or a puppet's help to anthropomorphize a dog. Adding human characteristics to a dog will not be a great dog performance. That's a human performance pretending to be a dog one. That's not to say that CG or animatronic dogs should never be used.
Which is another reason why The Thing is the greatest movie ever made. I mean, it's that simple. There's a real dog actor, great plot, cliffhanger at the end. You never know where it's going to go. And I mean, dude, it's the greatest movie ever made.
They should if you're simulating a dangerous situation, like dogs running across a frozen lake during a storm. A dog's safety is the most important priority. The American Humane Association has had a representative on Hollywood movie sets since the 40s to monitor the dog's safety. That's where no animals were harmed comes from. Faithfully recreating a real dog using CGI or animatronics is a painstaking craft, and I don't mean to demean the artists who make them. But as long as the dogs are safe and comfortable and enthusiastic, it's just not needed. But there is an exception, a magical place where dogs can talk, laugh, and cry.
Oh, like cartoon dogs? Yo, it's still so weird, though, that Goofy owns... What's the name of the fucking dog? What's the name of the dog? Goofy owns another dog. Pluto. And I saw Neil deGrasse Tyson asked a Disney representative about this, and in the Disneyverse, if the character wears clothes, it can own other animals that don't. Naked animals are pets and food. And other animals that it's like slavery. I wouldn't say it's like slavery. I would say it's more so that's how they in Disney, in the Disneyverse, they differentiate humanoid animals and non-humanoid animals by clothing. Mickey wears clothes. Goofy wears clothes. Pluto doesn't wear clothes. He's naked and with a collar on, which means that he is not conscious the way that Goofy would be. Isn't Goofy a cow? No, his girlfriend's a cow. Or maybe it's a kink shit. I mean, like, you don't know. Maybe Goofy and Pluto are just like, you know.
It seems like every animated movie has a dog in it. Most of these dogs are anthropomorphized, which in this case works great. Animation is unbound by reality and can be a caricature of it. But I believe there's a line here too. And when a cartoon dog acts too much like a human, they become boring. Take All Dogs Go to Heaven. The dogs here have characteristics that are so human they could be any cartoon animal. The best
yeah, there's like no reason that they're dogs.
Cartoon dogs blend human and dog behavior, such as Mark Anthony. The Tramp.
Or Lion King. Well, that's not dogs, but Lion King does it well.
And Pongo.
Pongo, you silly.
That's not a dog, I know, but it's still an animal actor.
Come on.
Or an animal cartoon portrayal.
Come on, let's have it going.
It makes sense.
What's up, Ten Tacos? Thank you for the 3. How you been? Good. How have you been? Isaiah Raja, Jax for the sub, the Hera only, and Meat for the sub, Pop for the sub, Meat for the 3. Well, you know, want to let you know, have a good Christmas. Even if I'm not you, we'll see ya. Corrupted for the 3. Talking about my dogs, my English teacher had to do. Alrighty, with that.
Sense that Disney has some of the best dog animation. In 1930, Walt Disney started an animal training program. Live animals were brought into the studio for the animators to study. The best dog animators are experts in dog anatomy, movement, and behavior. They have studied and recreated the essence of...
I love when dogs stretch. You just be sitting there and go, oh, big stretch. Oh, big stretch. I do that around any dog. If I see a dog stretch, in my head, even if it's in public, in my head, I'll go, oh, big stretch. Dude, because it's their whole body. They'll go, and you see every muscle in their fucking being flex at the same time.
Of how they move, and integrated human personalities in them. Animation also allows us to explore the experience of a dog in imaginative ways, such as visualizing their sense of smell.
What movie is this? What the fuck is that?
Such as visualizing their sense of smell. Or their thoughts.
Oh, get it! Oh boy, I will get it and then bring it back.
There's no limit.
Up is a fucking great movie. I wanted to watch Up the other day, but the problem with Up is it's not a feel-good film. It's so sad. It's such a sad fucking movie. And so it's like you want to watch Up, but then you're like, fuck, dude, it's gonna upset me. Like when I fucking watch it.
To the ways you can stylize an animated dog. But realism is powerful too. Seeing an animated dog behave exactly like a
Frankenweenie
real dog is interesting because of its authenticity, and can give us an appreciation for a dog's mannerisms in real life, such as the old dog in Kiki's Delivery Service, with his single tail wag, or the way Bruno from Triplets of Belleville asks for food. Or even Fang in Primal.
That's not a dog. Is that some... Bitch, that's a T-Rex.
A dinosaur inspired by the director's Bernese Mountain Dog. I don't know about you, but when I go to the movies, I want to see a dog acting like a dog. Whether it's a naturalistic drama or fantastical animation. It'd be absurd.
Yeah, at least some sort of dog characteristic, which is also why I think any of those movies, like Secret Life of Pets, that movie blows. Secret Life of Pets sucks. Secret Life of Pets 2 sucks. And then the one with Kevin Hart where it's like a comedy, I haven't seen it yet, but I can tell that it's just like okay, we're going to make it a human film about like the life of dogs, but there's going to be no dog characteristics involved.
Not to have dogs, a universally loved animal not act like themselves. So I don't know if we deserve dogs. They're cute as hell and are devoted to loving us. It's cruel that dogs don't live very long. Just like the photos and videos we take, movies are a way of immortalizing them. So we should immortalize dogs exactly as they are. Because we may not deserve dogs in real life.
Stop. This is going to make me so sad. Oh my God, this is going to make me so sad thinking about Daisy. Fuck, dude.
But we do deserve real
Swear to God, losing a lifelong dog is like losing a family member.
dogs in movies.
Even though like, yeah,
Spider-Man.
they don't live nearly as long. It's like the same thing, dude. Oh my God. Alex to the sub, 10 tacos to the 3. Got initiated Friday into my fraternity. That's dope. All right, Chad, I got to piss again. You have fun watching the rest of this video. Count me down 30 seconds. Damien for the sub. Wow. I fucking popped back in right as it switched back to the dog video. Also, I gotta sub to this guy, Alex Butcher. Made it fucking Christmas. All right. Hop on Fort? No, dude, we're doing reacts. Chat, today is a full react day. We did Fortnite a little bit yesterday. Tomorrow is full SMP. Monday, that's tomorrow. That's Monday. Tuesday, we're going to be probably starting out with sim games and random games and then transitioning into Marvel Rivals because I think they're swapping the time they want me to play. Wednesday, I'm off. Thursday, we're doing... Wednesday, I'm normally on, but this Wednesday, I'm off because Thursday, we're going to do horror games. And then we're going to do a watch party for the last half of the Game Awards. Reacts is Friday with the beer review. Saturday is going to be more of the SMP and horror games again. And then Sunday will be Reacts. And then Monday next week is the SMP. Next Tuesday is going to be Random Game Day. If you guys have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, session, games, session, I find most of the videos, watch games I play. So if you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, send those there. Next, crypto scams are getting worse. We were going to watch this on Friday, but now we're going to watch it today. And then we'll get into a bit of a philosophical rant, perchance. Who knows? When are you starting Life is Strange? No idea. There's like 10 of those games. I don't know when I would be playing those. I didn't see the streamer awards. Did you win? No, I did not. But yeah, no, we're not going to be playing Life is Strange probably this month. A lot of people have been asking me about like longer story games, and I'm still down to play one of those. But the issue is like with the SMP this like month and next month, and it's just being like around Christmas. I don't know if we're going to be doing like a 20-hour game, just because, we have the SMP, you know, and that's basically taking up a day and a half of stream out of 6 days a week. So it's a cozy ass game. We could play it, but I don't know. I would have to wait. I'm going to be scheduling my future. I have like this and next week's stream scheduled. The week after, I have to schedule streams for the next like few weeks. sometime this week. So I'll see if I could wedge in like a longer game, but I don't know. We'll end up seeing potentially. But I don't know if it would be Life is Strange. I don't know what other long games would you guys want me to play. I have a lot of shit on my Steam wish list. Some long, some short. We get a lot of longer horror games as well. Yeah, we got it on release date. Let me scroll down. We still got to do Dread Wait one day, which is one of those weird like horror games where it's like a story game. That would probably just be one stream though. That's like a 3-hour game. Tarot card as well. I'm just going through my fucking Steam wish list. Detroit Become Human, already played it. I'm not doing another Resident Evil. Last of Us 2 I might play one day. Red Dead 2 definitely never playing. Hollow Knight might try out. GTA Roleplay, no. Omori, no. Bendy and the Ink Machine, Cloak did tell me I should play, and so maybe? I don't know, though. Outer Wilds I wanted to try, but I don't know if that would be a good stream game. But I know Outer Wilds is like one of the best games ever made. Starlight for the 3. Gotta go, Joe. Love you. Be safe. Juice for the sub. You love for the 3. Outlast is good. That's not really like a... I'm saying like a story game, though. Bodhi for the sub. The Forest. Already played both of them. Played Sons of the Forest and The Forest. New Class of 09. I heard that game sucked and it has terrible reviews. Comparable to the other ones. What is it called? The Re-Up? No, the Flip Side. Yeah, it has mixed reviews. 51% positive reviews. That's terrible. All right. Ghost of Tsushima, maybe. Chat, if you guys have any longer games or just games in general you want me to play, video slash app, game slash app. That's how I find most of the videos of watch games I play. So if you have any, React videos that you want me to watch or just games in general, they could be short games, long games, horror, multiplayer, funny, scary, FPS, could be anything. Send those there. Not a guarantee I play them, but I'll look into it. Shrivel for the 3. You should play God of War Ragnarok? No. Bodhi for the sub. Crypto scams are getting worse. It's too late to play it. The hype died down. Everybody would be annoyed. There's probably, and here's the problem is like longer games and really popular games like God of War Ragnarok. There's a lot of people that are like, yeah, Joe, I want you to play it. And then I play it and then they don't show up because they've already seen the gameplay and they don't want to see it again and they just think the game's good. Or there's people that say they want me to play it. I play it and then after 3 hours, they're like, okay, play something else. And I'm like, okay, bro, well, this game's 35 fucking hours long. And they go, well, actually, never mind, don't play it. And then I have half of my audience bitching at me and the other half saying to play it. So, yeah, it's like Subnautica. It's the same thing that happens all the time. And I'm not saying that I wouldn't play those types of games that are that long, and I've played a lot of games that are very long. But that's the issue with playing those games is I kind of want a definitive on my end of like, hey, I'm going to finish this game. Otherwise, it's just kind of a pain in the ass to start a 20-hour game, get 6 hours in, and then stop. Next, crypto scams are getting worse. Lock in chat. If you have any games you want to play, videos you want to react to, video subscribe, game subscribe. As I said, stop talking about it. Today is a react day. The rest of the day, tomorrow's the SMP. And I already just said the rest of the fucking week schedule. I'll say it again at the end of stream. Lock in. Crypto scams are getting worse.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Come on and sit on down because today we're talking about cryptocurrency. More specifically, meme coins. Bitcoin is on the rise again, folks. Just reaching an all-time high of $99,000 per Bitcoin. I just want to say people are dumb, all right? I remember when I lived in Utah at the time. I worked at a solar company, and it was right when Robinhood, I'm pretty sure it's like right when Robinhood just came out or was new. Everybody had it on their phones, and all those Mormons had it on their phones. And it was when Bitcoin hit a high of like 20,000 and then immediately fell back down. And people were like, it'll never happen again. It'll never happen.
No, it'll always tank. I think the idea behind Bitcoin, though... Hold on. Bro. I think the idea behind Bitcoin is that, like, it's gonna spike and go down and go up, but it is kind of the staple. Like, Bitcoin kind of models itself of, like, how cryptocurrency is doing in general is how Bitcoin's doing, just because it's the most used and the most valuable. So if Bitcoin's up, everything else is up. If Bitcoin's down, everything else is down. It kind of models itself after the world economy.
But again, it's done.
Block coin to the moon. Dude, the fact that Joshua Block got a fucking tattoo of that. I gotta look that up. Did you guys see that? He got a fucking tattoo of his cryptocurrency that covers half of his arm. And it is so bad. Like, I don't know, man. And I know it's like to make money and shit. And it's like if he makes a meme of himself and people are motivating him to do that because then he'll make money. But like, fuck, dude. That's hideous. Well, I mean, dude, he's just getting a shit tattoo to promote the meme coin. But like, fuck, man. Getting a whole arm tat of a meme coin. That'd be like getting a tattoo of Dogecoin.
Here we are now, dude. Hindsight's 2020. I should have went in. With what money? Well, I was able to really sink in some investments from my call center job. A lot of people feel like they missed out on getting in on Bitcoin. Price is too high to get in. Who has $100,000? What am I do? Get a fraction of a coin? Am I going to chip off a penny? What the? And this always happens. Every time Bitcoin shoots up, people bitch and moan about how, oh, I wish I would have gotten in sooner. Then it falls like 60%, and then people cry again, oh, why did I get in on that thing? And this is rinse and repeat for about 4 years now. Every 4 years this happens. Big drop. Oh, what the
Yeah, next time it tanks, people are just going to do the same thing. They're going to say, well, there's no point in investing. It's never going to get high again. And then it'll fucking climb.
Why did I get in? Oh, why the fuck did I put money to that? But the weird thing, too, with crypto is they say
that's also why crypto is so scary is how volatile it is. Like, stocks go up and down, 3, 4, 5, 6% in a day at extremes. But Bitcoin could drop. Bitcoin, fucking Ethereum, Solana, any of those coins could go up or down 20% in a day. And that's just like, bro, if you have, like, your life savings in those coins, that's, like, fucking terrifying.
That you're supposed to invest in crypto and just never look at it. Never touch it. Don't even remotely look at it. Just let it sit. Let it breathe, baby, until you have like a pull.
I think that's with stocks too, though. They always say, like, don't check it, right? Because if you're somebody that's investing your money into stocks, or not financial advice, if you're somebody that's investing your money into stocks or crypto, if you are always checking it, you're always going to be stressed out because there's going to be days where you lose 3% of your net worth, and that, like, is scary.
Pull out date.
The only way crypto goes anywhere is if, like, the U.S. adopts one or another form of the U.S. dollar. But wouldn't that hurt the U.S. economy? Because most foreign countries use the U.S. dollar as the currency that they trade in. And if they ever use a cryptocurrency instead, then that would hurt the valuation of the US dollar and make our money less valuable, which would enable us to borrow less money from other countries and American people, because now our dollar isn't as solidified or as secured as it once was. Bro, I never realized how nice Joe's eyebrows are. Thank you. Fresh for the sub. It'd have to not add supply and replace current supply. Yeah, that'd be impossible, though.
Which a lot of people have speculated that it's the 100K mark. I think there's going to be a huge drop-off when it hits 100K. So instead of trying to invest in Bitcoin, people are looking for alternative ways to get rich by gambling on other altcoins, aka...
It is just gambling. Like, I have a friend that invests in meme coins, and he knows what he's doing to a degree. But, like, you're just banking on, like, somebody not dumping the meme coin, and you're just pushing money into, like, Queef coin, Vag coin, Dick coin, Block coin, right? Haley Welch's Tua coin, right?
AKA coins, aka meme coins. That's right. The newest get-rich-quick scheme for Gen Z is to pump and...
Thoughts on doing a rug pull, Joe? Bro, I was saying this to my chat the other day. Dude, this is how whack the crypto world is, though. I could go out, right? Say, I could make a crypto coin called Bartcoin, and I could say to my audience, I'm going to rug pull this. I'm going to do not invest in this. I'm going to rug pull the fuck out of it. And it would skyrocket, and I'd rug pull it, and then everyone would get mad that I rug pulled it. It makes no sense that, like, people invest in these creator meme coins that are obviously just going to get fucking rug pulled, right? Like, it's obviously just going to be a fucking pump and dump. They're going to make fucking 500K off of you, and you're going to fucking lose money. And then people still do it.
And dump your own cryptocurrency coin. And this might sound like old news.
When are you going to do the talent show and not show up idea? No, that wasn't a talent show. I had an idea to do a comedy show, and I would market it as the worst show ever, and then I just wouldn't show. And then that would be the worst show ever, right? I would take your money and you would show up expecting a show, and then I wouldn't show up. And then people would be mad. Right? That's what's so funny about it, is people would pay $20 for a ticket. They would go to the venue, and I just wouldn't be there, right? And then even though they knew and it was marketed to them as this is going to suck, they were expecting some form of entertainment, and then they actually got what I marketed it as, and they were upset.
To you, but as of recently, it has been on the rise, my friends. And hundreds of people, if not thousands of people on TikTok are claiming to have made thousands upon thousands of dollars, if not millions of dollars, from pumping and dumping meme coins on the internet.
Well, I mean, wasn't there like a fucking 10-year-old that made like 30 grand rug pulling a coin?
I'm buying McLaren coin. All right, you guys already know McLaren. I crashed McLaren, so gotta buy.
You guys already know I put 10K in McLaren. Chat, invest in McLaren. Yo, chat, invest in McLaren. All right, I'm gonna end stream, and then he just pulls all the fucking McLaren coin. All right, chat, I put 50K in this coin. It rises. He literally did this. He just no outro, just end stream. And then probably just banked the coin and left.
I'm a McLaren coin, baby. I'm buying it.
There are even meme gurus out there holding seminars teaching people how to buy and sell meme coins. It's one of the cringiest things I've ever seen in my life.
You know what I can do that I just realized? Wait, this is a hack. No, this is a hack. I'm just realizing this.
Guy giving a crypto lesson while his investment goes to zero. Guys, this is a hack. Guys, stop. Please stop selling No Not November coin. Please, it's not.
All the week, I think, I don't know much about the wallet.
If you ever see yourself on the floor of someone's mansion, run away from that place. Do not stay there. That's called a pyramid scheme. Okay? Been around forever. And this is leading people to go to insane measures in order to shill their coin, trying desperately to raise its price before swiftly pulling the rug out underneath everyone else and keeping that big old pot of gold.
Meme coin is a scam. I just made my own meme coin. This is the next. If you lost any money from meme coin, this is your chance to make it back right now. If you don't buy it,
bro. And if you're a brick and you believe this guy who's just obviously trying to scam people, like, that's on you. Like, oh my God, yo, relatable. Braz versus Braz. Oh my God, he been getting scammed out of these meme coins, man. I gotta invest in his meme coin. I gotta invest in it. It's satire. It might be. But, like, if he actually made a coin and it's a legitimate coin on the network, then it's not that much satire because it is a real thing that he put time into.
this coin, you just a so I ain't gonna lie. Y'all niggas really thought I was being serious, nigga? Nigga, fuck y'all. $12,000, nigga.
And that's in Solana, though.
3x that money I lost.
He owns Chill Guy coin.
Nigga, fuck y'all. Hey, and if y'all actually believe you can make money off a meme coin, you stupid as meme coin is a scam.
Well, meme coin is a scam because there's no backing on any of the coins for actual use outside of being something you invest in. Because for you to make money, that means other people that invested in the coin had to lose money, right? Because the coin has a value. When me and you put money into it, it goes up. If I sell before you, I'm going to make money and you're going to lose money. The reason Bitcoin and Ethereum have value is because they're used as actual currency and have net trading and, are invested by companies into those coins. So they have, a solidified background. But a meme coin is just me making a coin, 100 of us investing, 20 of us making money, and 80 of us losing money. It's just fucking gambling. That's the only thing that it is. And if you're better at scamming people and knowing which coins to buy and pull before other people, that's how you make money.
All my shit just made 12 bands off you goofy ass niggas.
It is truly a dumpster fire in the making, and I want to share with you everything I've come across so far, which is a lot as of recently. It's weird. Right now, there's been a lot of gold with meme coins, so let's dive in. And just a brief history of the meme coin, right? Because before we get into seeing the border...
What was the first meme coin? Dogecoin? Maybe I should scam this. I think Dogecoin was the first meme coin, right? At least that I know of. You should play Last of Us 2. My girlfriend watched your old VODs and she really enjoyed it. That's a long game that I might actually play. Fresh for the sub.
borderline barbaric approach to how some people are trying to pump and dump. We need to understand where meme coins started. We need to understand why people even put a value on them, right? For those of people who don't know what meme coins are, they are exactly what they sound like. A cryptocurrency that is based on popular meme culture of the internet. They're just based on popular memes. The first and most popular meme coin is Dogecoin. You might have seen Dogecoin pop around. Maybe you saw your favorite tech, political...
And it's not like, I don't know. I don't think it's bad if you're like, oh my God, the chill guy meme's so funny. I'm going to put $5 in the chill guy coin for fun. But then if you're somebody that's like, I just lost my paycheck on fucking Queef coin. Oh, you're a fucking dumbass. Like, what are you doing? Why are you putting that? Why are you putting thousands of dollars into a fucking meme coin that you know some dumbass made in his basement to fucking rug pull it from other people? Like, it's just, what are we doing?
Figure talk about it. Or maybe your
Queef coin to the moon, they said.
Friends had it, and they were giggling and talking about Doge to the moon. My buddy Dan did that, and watching him, so funny. He held it for so long. He could have made so much money.
That was me with Shiba Inu. I lost like $1,000 in Shiba Inu, dude. Nah, probably like 500. I keep exaggerating the numbers. Like $500. I bought my friend made like $200 on it, and he was like, dude, just buy it. He's like, dude, it's like $100 is like you own like a fucking trillion of them. I was like, really? And I remember I was playing Valorant at the time, and this is when I had my own coin. I never promoted it, but I had it on this app called, or not, it was an app or a website called Rally, and Rally coin still exists, but it tanked. And they basically reached out to me. They were like, do you want to make a coin? I was like, yeah. And I create the coin, and I didn't promo it, and it was on this website that was, you would trade the coin on Rally, and it was worth Rally. You would transfer the coin to Rally, and then you could change Rally to whatever you wanted. But I just got weekly, like, bonuses. Like, and investors got weekly bonuses for holding coins, kind of as an incentive to have your coin. So I would just take the bonuses, reinvest in my coin, get more bonuses, and then just pull the bonus. And then I would just take that and invest that in whatever, you know, Shiba Inu or whatever I fucking wanted to put it in. And then the app failed. But I never promoted it. None of my audience ever invested in it. And I just made, you know, just money off of what the company was giving me. And that's what every other creator I knew also did. Like, there was a few creators that promoted it, and their coin actually did make money. Like, I remember Stans had one. If y'all know who Ludwig's friend Stans. Stans had one, and his coin was worth like $12, like per coin. It was like expensive. And his was worth, mine was worth like $1, but his was worth like 12. And a lot of his fans actually like made money. I don't know how much he made, but there was ones that were worth a lot. There was ones that were worth like pennies.
Off of it, didn't pull out. Classic Dan. This was
Follicle for the 3. If I buy the black Memento Mori shirt, does it run as an oversized gym shirt? What is it like? Is it true to size? It's unisex, so if you want it oversized, I would probably size up.
It was created in 2013 as a lighthearted joke by Billy.
How much did you make from it? At the time, not much. But then I put it in Bitcoin, and it went up a bit. But then the problem is I sold it, and I started... Here's the problem, chat, is the money that I had, I was like, I'm just going to invest in a bunch of coins, and surely they're all going to go up. That was my thought process. Because I was 19, and I was like, I mean, dude, if I just kind of spread my portfolio, at least one of them's going to hit. And like 95% of them lost money to zero. And then I made, you know, maybe $1,000 on one. But overall I lost like $4,000 off of it. But it wasn't $4,000 that I invested. It was $4,000 off the bonuses. But then I probably, you know, made a bit, but it was not worth it. Why are just people saying Hawk and Tua? I don't understand.
Marcus and Jackson Palmer as a way to make fun of Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies as a joke. The creators promoted it as a fun and friendly cryptocurrency that could be used to reach a
Mods, get rid of that. Get rid of that command, please. Mods. Please get rid of that command.
Wider demographic than Bitcoin. So they chose the infamous Doge meme as their coin's mascot. And with an entry price as low as 0.00026 cents per coin, anyone could join it.
Dude, I said, though, I had a friend that made like a fucking $100,000 off Dogecoin.
And feel like a Doge.
Like a dumbass. He put like $2,000 in it, and then it fucking skyrocketed.
millionaire. The entire deal was that it was so cheap that you could barely put any money in, and then you would be Doge rich. Perfect scheme. And what started out as a joke has now become one of the biggest explosions in cryptocurrencies over the last 10 years. In 2014, the supporters of the coin actually paid $55,000, which is about 65 million Doge coins, to have it be a sponsor on NASCAR driver Josh Weiss's stock car named number 98 Moon Rocket. This was a play on the popular meme stock/meme.
See, but that's hilarious though, because the coin actually has like a value.
Coin phrase to the moon that is used when people want to pump a stock or coin's value. Dogecoin fans also paid $25,000 to help send the Jamaican bobsled team to the 2014 Sochi Winter Olympics. Which is...
What's that one movie though? That's a really good film about the Jamaican bobsled team, and it's like actually off of the actual Jamaican bobsled team. What movie is that? Cool Runnings.
Awesome. The NASCAR in this is pretty funny. It's a good troll. These two acts helped create the term meme coin, as people were spending their coins to do funny and stupid stuff and make memes that were making it into the news and propelling the coin into the mainstream.
Last Friday, an anonymous benefactor going by the name of Hood donated 14 million Doge coins to Doge for Water, a campaign looking to provide drinking water to parts of eastern Kenya.
Much more wholesome beginning. Much funnier. I do like the trolling aspect of it as well, that you can start something stupid and still be able to exchange it for goods later. It's a pretty funny concept.
Wait! I need to tell you about...
I'm sorry, Papa Bean. I'm skipping it.
Video. And Dogecoin's price has continued to increase over 10 years later because of a TikTok trend trying to get it to reach $1 per coin. And not to mention Elon Musk, the self-proclaimed meme lord, loves the coin and shills at every chance he can get to shill it.
Are you still a fan of crypto?
Dogecoin is my sort of favorite cryptocurrency because...
Yeah, but he has probably like $5 in Dogecoin. Do you think Elon Musk actually put money in Dogecoin?
it has the best humor.
He said, I love Dogecoin, but don't buy it.
And has dogs.
I mean, he loves talking about to the moon, you know, whatever else. If he could slap Doge onto a...
Prop to pump it. Yo, honestly, Elon Musk could have genuinely just put like $1 million in Dogecoin and just fucking skyrocketed that shit. Follow over the 3. Are the sweatpants loose fitting? I don't really know. Depends on your leg size. Tiny for the 3. Actually, ordered a small hoodie instead of medium hoodie. How do I refund an order? You're going to have to go on their support page.
A rocket, I bet he would.
To the moon! Because it's through Killer Merch. They should have a help section on the website.
In 2021, SpaceX announced that they would be funding a rideshare mission to the moon entirely with Dogecoin called Doge One. Is it still fun?
Elon Musk announcing that his rocket company will now accept Dogecoin as payment, calling it the first crypto and first meme in space.
Is it fun when the billionaire is memeing along with you? Because now it feels sad.
But he's one of us.
He's one of us, and he to the moon, to the moon.
Well, and Tesla stock's in the fucking gutter, dude.
And because of Dogecoin's success, people have been inspired to create their own meme coins, and it has gotten completely out of hand. The fun is gone. We're into some pretty heinous...
Do you think he's going to talk about Haley Welch's coin?
territories now, ladies and gentlemen.
Because this, like, just dropped.
In the past, it took a lot of work to make your own coin, and you needed to have a good amount of technical knowledge to launch one successfully. But now, you can make one instantly using websites like Pump Fun and launch your very own cryptocurrency in seconds. Also, it's called Pump Fun.
Boogie, it looks...
I just saw one that was named Anal.
Like you launched a crypto token that is a scam, a pump and dump.
Well, I don't think it's a pump and dump. It is a meme coin.
It's literally from a thing called pump.fun. What are you talking about?
It's like enabling people to scam. I'm telling you, your coin's gonna be huge. Okay, and then when it gets big, you pull the rug. Pull the me, they pull it. Pull the rug.
Oh! Oh! It went to 0!
Pump Fun is a website specifically designed to allow...
And it's always the streamer, and they're on like another monitor. They pull all their funds. Oh my god! There's what? It's up 99% in value. Who sold? Chat. Who here was the whale that sold? Meanwhile, they're the one that fucking made the coin and fucking had 50,000 of them. $50,000 worth of fucking coins. Chat. Somebody sold this fucking coin. Why would you do that? Why would you do that?
people to create and share their own meme coins instantly based on the Solana blockchain. And it's promoting the idea that everyone can make their own Dogecoin. Everyone can have their own earnest memes and send Jamaican bobsled teams to the Olympics. Everyone can. People definitely won't use it for selfish reasons, right? People can watch as coins are created live and decide if they want to buy coins solely based on the name, picture, and a super brief
Was it Kevin James coin?
description. There's basically no research involved in
Kev bonding curve. Kevin James on Solana, here to take the blockchain by storm. Babe, oh my fucking god, it's cute Kevin James.
using a coin to buy, like with other cryptocurrencies. So it's essentially gambling to see which coin will take off over other ones. Some of the most popular coins created on Pump Fun are Peanut the Squirrel, which has a market cap of $1.4 billion. Peanut the Squirrel. Peanut coin.
The guy also just said he's making his own Justice coin today. So people are like, what? You're not backing Peanut coin?
He's making his own coin. There you go. Also, with the newest meme, Just a Chill Guy, it has a market cap of $451 million. That meme was just created like 3 weeks.
That's wild, though. Like, how much money are people putting into that?
Ago, my God. There's also Moodang coin, which has a $400 million market cap. $400 million market cap evaluation for the Moodang coin. The abused tiny hippo in a Taiwanese zoo. There's also the Sigma coin with a $64 million cap, or Mother Iggy coin at a $50 million cap. Be a good boy and listen to your mother. Wow. Which apparently that one is based around the Iggy Azalea's ass for some reason. Someone just uploaded a photo of Iggy Azalea's ass, and that's just the main coin. Do you think she gets a cut of that? Doubt it.
Mother's mothering.
Mother's mothering.
And what's the legality on that? Like, somebody just fucking making coins of other people? Like, are they able to fucking just do that without asking the permission of the individual? I mean, that's why crypto's so sketchy. It's like rug pulling's also technically illegal, I'm pretty sure, but no, they're just not gonna they're gonna fucking look at every goddamn meme coin that somebody rug pulls. Armed's and gun for the sub.
I'm serving right now. I hate that when people say that. She's serving.
I usually don't get offended by the word, but in that context.
You look like you'd be someone who gets offended by the word. You look like the person that would get offended by the word. You'd also be like, when people say, what do you do?
Ooh. In 6th grade, that was me. I hate.
Ooh, don't say that.
And there's no rhyme or reason to why these coins get popular. And it really just is a guessing game, but there is an obscene amount of money in these meme coins being moved every day. It's like the goddamn New York Stock Exchange after World War II. It was popping off. Over $20 billion market cap with a $7.5 billion worth of coins moved just within the last 24 hours.
And why is it all under Solana?
Just within the last 24 hours. This is how you kind of know we're done. We're cooked.
I bought Chill Guy at under a penny. This day changed my life, and it's not even for the money. It changed how I think about the world.
You think whenever someone's just like $1 bill, supposed to carry on paper with me all day? You know what I mean? Do you think it was something like that?
Let's get rich quick. Let's traditional investment. I want to have fun. I want to get money.
Well, I thought the original idea of crypto was to be an outward currency that's not based in an individual country.
Now,
the future.
Gun and armies
the optimistic look that they have for the future. That's fun. A meme coin based on one line in a song on the new Kendrick Lamar album is now sitting at over $414,000 market cap.
Bro, he made $433,000 off of a $100 investment.
Based on one line in a song on the new Kendrick Lamar album is now sitting at
That doesn't even make sense, though. Like, how is he just spawning that level of money?
Over $414,000 market cap value. One line. Mustard.
Mustard!
Mustard! $126 to $433,000 in profit in 18 hours. Mustard.
And did he sell it?
What drew people into Pump Fun was the idea when you made a coin, it was given $20,000 worth of liquidity. There has to be some kind of illegal thing there, I feel like. All right? You and others could buy and sell your coin, and if it reached $69,000 market cap, then it would automatically be sent to Radium to be an actual coin on the market. Another fun draw of Pump Fun is that the creators of each coin can go live on the coin's page and talk about their coins and interact with potential buyers to influence their decision in buying the coin or not.
Watch this. Activate. 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 Oh my
Are you okay? I'm embarrassing myself in front of the stripper.
Basically, they get to be a snake oil salesman right in front of you. You ever see the old-timey things of the carts and guys just like, look at all these medicines. I got medicines here. This one has sparkles in it.
And they're just trying to get people to buy their coin.
It's a goddamn snake oil salesman website. The idea is that you can get on the ground floor once a coin is just created and no one has pre-mined coins. What does that mean? It means that when before people would make a coin and they would have a gajillion of it. They'd be like a dragon sitting on a bunch of gold. But now,
so it's harder for them to dump it.
With Pump Fun, you get the coins slowly over time so no one has a hoard of wealth. The coins are generated, creating a market cap value that you can get in on the ground floor.
That makes more sense, honestly.
Or you yourself could have just as many coins as the creator. Whatever that means. If you no, I don't even know if you keep that in the video. Who gives a shit? There'd be no threat of a rug pull like what happens with other big coins when they are announced.
Once a significant amount of unsuspected.
But then how did it like Hawk Tua's coin get rug pulled? Because before it was released to the public, they purchased a lot of it?
Investors swap their ETH for their listed token. The creators then withdraw everything from the liquidity pool, driving the coin's price to zero. The scam coin's promoters may
she didn't do it on Pump Fun?
Even create temporary hype around it, using Telegram, Twitter, and other social media platforms to get attention. They may also initially inject a substantial amount of liquidity into their pool to cultivate investor confidence.
I see. Because when people are sitting on all those coins, when it goes live and then you pull the rug and it kills the coin, basically. You see that a lot with, I don't know, other influencers. A lot of influencers do that. A lot of influencer coins.
Chat, by the way, that MILF token that I did a while back, I already told you guys, don't buy that shit. I got paid a bag to do that shit. Like, I don't give a f. I hope none of you guys actually bought it.
Jack Doherty did it. Pretty sure some FaZe people did it. FaZe Clan members and like that.
Oh my god, the Save the Kids crypto.
Logan Paul probably did it at one point. Was it Doink? Doink or something?
What up, Dink Doink Telegram? It's me, Logan Paul.
Well, dude, it was because those companies were coming to so many people. Like, I remember I had cryptos reach out to me. Like, either individual cryptocurrency, like, coins, or companies that wanted, like, a lot of NFT shit. Like, when that was popping off, like, companies wanted to pay me an absurd amount to promo that shit. And that's the difference is, like, when you... An influencer has a general market value for advertising, right? Like, my management reaches for an individual fee or compensation for an individual ad. That fee goes up depending on what type of ad it is. And crypto coins and crypto shit, you have to be paid a lot more for an influencer to even want to possibly do that because of the repercussions for the individual, right? And so cryptocurrencies will offer 5, 6, 7 times what you would normally get paid for an ad for one ad, right? And I never did any of them because they're just all fucking obviously scams. But I don't want to say I understand why influencers take that money because it's still whack that you would, but it's like, dude, say they're averagely getting offered $5K an ad. And now they're getting offered $40K for an ad. And they're like, yeah, dude. And they just fucking do it. Right? They don't put any thought into it. And then their followers get scammed. Parcels and Bug for the sub. Gun and Armeds for the sub. Or other shit too. Like if I ever do, like when I do like sports betting stuff, or like if it's for alcohol, or like, you know, like when Papa Meat probably does like the sex product ads and stuff like that. Anything in those realms, you usually get paid more because you're promoting something that is for a smaller audience, which is kind of contradictive, but it's also because it's more adult-based, and a lot of people don't want to do that because it's not considered ad-friendly, right? Like, it's not ad-friendly when Papa Meat's doing a Bad Dragon ad and promoting, like, dildos, right? But because he's doing it, that company has to compensate him more. I'm assuming, right? I've never done an ad for Bad Dragon, but like usually those companies have to pay a higher fee unless you like them, right? A lot of companies pay less if you... Somebody said you missed their dono. A lot of companies pay less, though. I'll say this. I'll read that after. A lot of companies will pay less if you're like a friend of them or something, or you just like their product. Like, there's been times where I've taken lower offers for certain things just because I enjoy their stuff. You know what I mean? I can't really give specifics, but there's companies that I've enjoyed that I've been like, yeah, I'll take a 40% cut on what you should be paying me just because I want to do an ad for you. Read my last dono. Parzells, Man, and Met for the sub. I don't see your dono, Sept. Could you tell my mods what you said? Because I cannot see it. You're saying I missed your dono. I don't know when I missed it. You're going to have to tell my mods what you said and what you sent because I don't see your dono. So would you do a bad dragon ad for free? No. I would do a bad dragon ad, though. If they reached out to me, yeah, that would be fucking hilarious. I've always said, like I've done ads for DraftKings. Like, everybody knows I've done ads for DraftKings. But that's, like, the line is because I've gotten reached out to by Stake and Roobet and all these other, you know, sketchy companies. I've said I don't do those because they're crypto-based and because they're not U.S. regulated. They're companies that exist outside of the U.S., and you have to have VPNs to be able to gamble on them. And I don't, that's sketchy, right? That means they can rig things and they can make it so you could lose theoretically and not show you the odds that you need. But with like DraftKings, I've worked with sports betting, right? I sports bet all the time. It's regulated within the U.S. It's legalized in certain states. They have to go through state legislature. And if I'm being honest as well, every person that I know, I'm not going to say women, but I'm not, this is not trying to be sexist in any way, but every man I know over the age of 21 has a DraftKings account. So, like, if I'm going to promo it and give you a code, like, it's different. You know what I mean? And you also can't get on, you can get on Stake and Roobet at a younger age by, like, scamming things. It's almost impossible to make a DraftKings account if you're not 21. Unless you're literally using, like, your parents' information, which is just fucking illegal. And then you could get in a massive amount of trouble for that. Have you done Raid Shadow Legends? I've done a Raid YouTube ad before. Somebody said, how's that sexist? Well, it's not. I'm just saying I don't want somebody to be like, oh, you're just saying that about men. Like, but it's just like, every guy I know has a DraftKings account. Like, literally every guy I know.
I know what you're thinking. Logan, what the f are you doing here? I'm doing the same thing as you.
You should play Last of Us 2. My girlfriend was watching your old VODs. I did read that. I already read that.
Holding my doink. That's what I'm doing. This is a shit coin I believe in. It's my favorite one, to be honest.
Rug pull, but with these, you can't rug pull it, baby. You gotta give it legs to run. With Pump Fun, you can buy real coins instantly, so there isn't any threat of being scammed. Or is there? As it turns out, there definitely is a threat of being rug pulled, even on the sites dedicated to not having rug pulls.
Don't buy Honey Pack. Don't buy any of that. TGR, you owe me.
Guys, don't buy Honey Pack. Honey Pack coin. Oh my god, I put $5,000 in Honey Pack, and it just went down the drain. Why are you buying a fucking coin off of a boof-ass gas station Viagra pill?
Already call my bank and let them
Who bought a Honey Packet? Why would you buy a Honey Pack coin?
know that I did not make any of these transactions, so we'll see if that money gets disputed and back in my account.
The reason we're talking about Pump Fun is because it's just recently made a ton of news surrounding an actual child making a coin called Gen Z Quant, and then rug pulling people after the price increased rapidly. The best part is he was live on the coins page as he did it, and people went crazy posting the videos on social media as the idea was just so fucking absurd. And when the value of his coin reached around $30,000, he immediately sold them all and tanked the value of the coin, leading to people feeling scammed, right? There's not supposed to be a rug pull here. And that little fat-faced pig was just like...
Yeah, but that's when they pumped... Didn't they pump his coin in return after he sold all of it to like fucking like $5 million?
Flip it off the camera. This rug pull scam led many people to lash out, even including finding his parents on Instagram and threatening them to get their money back.
Your son stole my fucking money.
Yeah, your son stole my fucking money. Send this kid to prison. Your son a mizzen. Huh? Your son a menace, Aunt. Is that like a different unk? Instead of unk, it's Aunt?
Yeah.
And the funniest part of all is that while some people felt scammed, the meme part of it all drove the owners of the coin and the new buyers after hearing this story to increase the price of the coin, and the value of the coins the kid sold would have been worth around $4 million. Out of...
Oh, dude, that would make me feel like shit. Dude, if you held... Well, you could say if he held on, it would be 4 million, but the only reason his coins are worth 4 million is because he did rug pull it. What would have been smarter is he rug pulled it, but he didn't rug pull all of it, you know? He rug pulls half, does the fucking, fuck you guys. Yeah, they dox him and all this other shit, but then they pump his coin. Little do they know he still has $2 million worth of the fucking coin now.
Spite, they basically kept raising it to be like, fuck you, kid. You have none of it. We do. He went on to make another coin called I'm Sorry, which skyrocketed, and then he sold again for another.
Oh my God, I didn't know about that. He fucking, why did people invest in that coin? And why did he just make a video saying you sorry? Why did he make another coin?
$13,000. Jesus Christ. And you might think this was all the end of the story, right? But the kid made a third coin called Lucy based on his pet dog. And people bought his new coin again for a meme, driving the price way up. And he rug pulled them for a third time and pocketed another $20,000. This kid has basically made almost $100,000 off fucking with these people. Good God. And the story has been circulating now that.
Well, I don't even think that. I think it's just now the kid is a meme in himself, so people see that as a reason to invest.
People were apparently so pissed off that hackers doxed the kid and his family, posted their address online, and stole his dog. They stole Lucy!
How did they steal his dog?
The third coin that's called Lucy was based off his dog. They stole her! A meme coin launched on Pump Fund called Barry that was using the kid's dog as the face on the coin, and on Twitter account for Barry, they stated they will not give the dog back until the kid buys at least $5,000 worth of coin and makes an apology video on the rug pull move.
He already did. He said, I'm sorry.
He did. He made a coin. I guess he's just like, that's the second coin, dude. I'm not offering another apology. Which another teenager made a coin called Racist Dev, and apparently scammed internet pariah Sam Pepper and other investors out of $50,000. And
why did Sam Pepper invest $50,000 into a racist dev coin?
Whole call was recorded. The kid even drops a few N-bombs. Surprising. Racist dev, that's weird. And tells everyone to get over it because he's just making money. God, this kid.
Sam, I'm gonna be real with you here. Shut the fuck up, first of all. Second of all, you do not know the tactics, okay? I just rugged $3,000, okay? I just rugged that.
I just rugged $3,000, Sam Pepper. You're not understanding. Sam Pepper has enough money to buy your fucking house. And your and more money than your family owns. The fuck you talking about? Sam Pepper, I rugged for $3,000.
Okay, Sam, calm down. Okay, let's be real. This is all for jokes. This is all for shit. But at the end of the day, I'm just making money over here. I'm just doing my thing. Fuck you, Sam. All right, Sam. Have a good day.
It's so
wow. That is kind of baller though that he just fucking told Sam Pepper to go fuck himself. But that's also crazy that he's saying the N-word online for money, because that's nuts.
Bad saying kids this young act this way.
They got that grind set.
The internet has made children think they're too mature way too fast, and it's so sad. The innocence of a child is dead. It's the death of innocence of children. So now we have some backstory into why Pump Fund is gaining traction online, and some insight into how the website is run. And many people are trying their hand at making the next big coin, and with the ability to live stream themselves, they're going to greater lengths to get the coin to the top of the charts. Now it's an all-out race to see who the can just make the big coin and get paid and rinse and repeat as much as they can. ISIS just beheaded a hostage on Pump Fund. There's no way. Yeah, the memes are definitely going to come out, but still, that's crazy. There's a coin called Fish Killer, and it's based on someone saying if they don't get to $1 million in market cap value, he will apparently shoot a goldfish.
Nigga said, shut up.
A goldfish, bruh?
Nigga, and do it. Homie, how about you come here and I do it to your fucking mom, you bitch. I'll fucking shoot you. This motherfucker.
Oh my God, you're gonna shoot a goldfish you got at PetSmart for 50 cents. Literally 2 quarters.
Fish.
Like, I'm not trying to say I don't give a shit about the fish, but I mean, like, bro, come on.
And anyone else that talks shit. Y'all think I give a fuck, bro?
And this leads us into where we're getting into the wild. Okay? Now look at that. He's going to shoot a goldfish. You have someone who made the coin Rover, which says if they don't get $11 million market cap value, he's going to shoot his own dog.
That guy's going to end up getting doxxed, dude. You're saying you're going to kill your dog? Somebody's going to fucking kill you, dude, for doing that. Oh my God.
Bleep that? Can we even say that? The dev of this coin was live streaming himself pointing a gun, which unconfirmed if it's real, but he's pointing the gun at this dog's head. All right.
He's not going to kill his dog. He's just fucking doing that for money.
63%.
And it's at 63% funding. The dog looks cute. He does not look happy about being potentially put to death, but 63% of an $11 million cap. Pretty wild. There's another photo here with the little laser pointed at the doggo, back of the doggo's head. Unfortunately for dogs, they don't have 9 lives. So this would be, but good for, hey, but luckily, no, Nick, all dogs go to heaven. And then there's the coin torture, which is just as a live stream up where the dev claims they are torturing their girlfriend. And if the coin reaches certain milestones, they will strip her. Now you get sex involved. Wow, we cannot show that. Bra off at 25K and panties off at 100K. People are disgusting. This guy created coin and is saying he will live stream himself sitting on a toilet for 48 hours straight to break the world record or until the coin reaches $50 million. That's just him. Dear God.
Just sitting on a toilet. There's a world record for that.
He actually increased it. He's like, at 96 hours, I'm locking in my coins to break in the world record, which is like 124 hours of sitting on the toilet. So he's trying to break the world record.
This looks just heinous. He looks like he's made of wax.
We have to get back up to 10 mil before I'll shave your eyebrow. What's that, 20 mil? I'll shoot myself.
Old boy's going through it right now. One dev locked himself in a dog cage and is doing things when the coin reaches certain milestones. Most notably, saying if the coin reaches $1.5 million in market cap value, he will shoot in the cage and eat it. And if you look at this, it looks absolutely heinous. This is where we're at. It's like a new form of like prostitution in a way. Doesn't it feel like?
No, it's like a weird version of like not OnlyFans, but like, I don't know, man. That's like some just whack shit. Not even like stripping for money just seemed like some corn stuff. But like you putting yourself in a dog cage is like people paying for your torture. Like it's like a legal version of that because it's just like, oh, well, I'm just trying to promote my coin. But it's also just like, dude, you're saying you're going to fucking shit your pants and eat it for money. Musio and Runt for the sub. Lord and Oopie for the sub.
A personal favorite of mine is someone who made a coin called Hands and started that because he had no hands. He can't rug pull anyone. As it turns out, he was just standing there with his hands behind his back, and he live streamed himself running over to the computer, selling all of his coins, and then running back to continue standing there like he didn't do anything. Very funny. So yeah, meme coins have gotten way out of hand from where they
How much money did he make from it though?
Originated as a fun piece of internet culture. Now it's just another get-rich-quick scheme. I feel like it has become more prevalent since the pandemic. You saw that with house prices increasing. You saw that with just like general cost of living increasing.
I don't think that's why people are doing this. I think people just want to make money in any way they feasibly can, and the more avenues people are able to make money, the more crazy things they're gonna fucking do to be able to achieve that. So I think like even if this gets shut down, dude, 20, 30 years from now, the shit we're going to see people doing for fucking money is going to be even more insane.
Everybody is trying to get as rich as they can, I guess, to battle that kind of mindset of like everything's increasing, nothing's going down, there'll never be affordable housing again, that kind of idea. It's a weird act of desperation in a weird way. It's like rats crawling over each other. You know what I mean? People existing in the same cage, but then some people are just like, I'm going to fuck over this rat so I can survive, and people keep doing that until they keep going.
Sell some berries and nuts.
I don't know what that mean. Okay. But that doesn't mean they're all bad. As the meme coin community rallied around the coin.
Yeah, no, there probably are certain meme coins where people are actually just trying to generate like some sort of community about it.
Nolan, which is a coin created by Nolan Arbaugh, is the first human test trial on Elon Musk's Neuralink, and he created the coin using only his brain with the Neuralink installed. The community was watching Nolan live stream his coin, and they ended up raising the market cap to over $15 million. This allowed him to sell his coins for $2 million, and he can now afford to make his house handicap accessible. That's Pog. That's the meme culture I like to see, boys. Not dudes eating in cages or people pretending to beat their girlfriends and then strip them naked for coins as well. What are we doing? What the hell are we doing? So there you have it. A little history of meme coin and where it stands today. Beautiful, isn't it? If you're going to get into crypto,
they suspended the live stream feature.
So maybe it's best to stay away from meme coins right now and just put your money to something more stable, right? I don't think all investing into any kind of cryptocurrency is a bad investment, right? I think that it's just another form of investing. Also, at the end of the day, it's your money. You can do whatever the fuck you want with it. If you're feeling lucky, go for it. Keep in mind that it's basically gambling.
Well, yeah, it's just that if you're fine with knowing and having the recognition that there's a very high chance you lose all of your money, then it's whatever.
Man, I can't.
And if you're going to gamble, you might as well just go to a casino where you can lose and still get a drink. maybe a meal.
Get a free drink, 1 drink per hour. Franken button for the sub.
Have a couple cocktails, play some table games with your buddies, and at least get some fun in while you're going to lose all your money. It's almost like massaging your loss. You know, you're going to lose your money. Don't worry, you're going to lose, but at least you get a pretty good steak afterwards. That's nice. Gambling with meme coins is just sad. And you might be giving your money to someone threatening to shoot his dog or a 13-year-old who says the N-word, which in a way is kind of funny, but not really. And it might look like on the face value that, you know, wow, there's tons of people making tons of money. These are rare cases, my friend. Think about the thousands and thousands of people, tens of thousands of people that are dumping money into the coins, wishing that they were that guy.
Imagine being the dev of a coin called I Have Nothing, burning 150K worth of it by mistake. How did he do that?
It's a very fickle... people that are dumping money.
Wait, how did he just burn a coin? What does that even mean?
Coins, wishing that they were that guy.
Is that like blunt remains? Like, what is that? Tobacco leaf? What is that?
It's a very fickle, tricky
he deleted his coin
thing, and these kind of get-rich-quick schemes usually tend to have more burns than they do winners, you know? So, at the end of the day, meme coins are just kind of gay.
But they're so much fun.
But they're really funny.
To the moon, to the moon.
I think rallying people together for crypto to help a person make his house handicap accessible is fucking awesome. Or to sponsor a Jamaican bobsled team. Any way that communities can rally together to enforce a positive change, I think is really cool. And I'm sure that there's give and takes with everything. I'm sure that there's negatives to whatever. But right now, it feels weird knowing that this is a time in the universe where when we're older, people are going to look back on this as like a very Wild West kind of moment. And, you know, it's going to be, you're going to have people be like, oh, what I wouldn't have given to live back then and rake in all that dough. Fools. All of them fools. And that's why it should all be called Fool's Gold, Nick. Because that's what it is.
You should actually be careful about rug pulling people because the SEC will look into it.
After a while, people...
Oh, yeah, at some point, they'll start pulling back, too.
We're going to start looking at prison sentences for this kind of stuff. You have to pay back.
What's another Infinite Craft video? I haven't played that game in fucking forever.
All the stuff you scam people out of. It's just no bueno, all right? And if you see people, even in these comments of this videos, being like, yeah, right, dude, I wouldn't listen to that guy, all right? I'm just saying, buy some fun.
Well, I mean, yeah, dude, if you're going to fucking invest in a meme coin, invest in a meme coin, but look into it at your own, you know, volition. Understand the risks you're going to take. It's the same thing as, like, just betting on something.
Funko Pops instead. That's a good investment. Funko Pops are here to stay. That's where meme coins are at right now. I just thought this was a nice little funny video for today. But until next time, everybody, save your money.
That was a good ass fucking video. I enjoyed that. Love Papa Meat. WVid. Next. I gotta piss real quick, then we're gonna hop into the next one. Coming out in 30 seconds, chat. He needed the nicotine. I don't do nicotine, brother. I would tell my chat if I did nicotine. Hold up. All right. Next video. Now we're into a fucking philosophy segment-esque thing here, chat. Would you fight for your country? Kaio and Legal for the set. Before we get into this, recognize that a lot of this is opinionated and subjective, okay? So your opinion might be different than mine, might be the same, you know. As long as you say it in a respectful manner, we'll be good, okay? We're going to be conversing, probably getting off topic a bunch, but this is going to be the philosophy segment. I haven't done a philosophy segment in a while, but we're going to watch this video, see how it is. Anyways, like going to war? Yeah. Lock in. Would you fight for your country?
Imagine waking up one morning to a world devastated by nuclear winter. Outside, there's smoke so thick that you can't see the sun, sludge runs from your taps instead of water, and you survive on rations of canned goods from a better time. Factions of people start fighting each other for resources. Food and clothing become luxuries. Life has become a bleak and joyless battle for survival. All because of World War III. The consequences of a Third World War would drastically change everything we know and love. A modern-day World War could very well end life as we know it. You might be able to survive on scraps and live amongst the rubble of nuclear fallout, but countless animals, plants, and insects would be erased from the face of the Earth. Now, while this might sound like the backdrop for a new sci-fi movie, World War III's threat is much less fictional than we wish to believe. Life in the West right now, for the most part, is relatively simple and conflict-free. To have that comfort ripped out from under you isn't something most people consider. We go about our day-to-day not wanting to think about how fragile world peace is. We take it for granted, assuming our lives will always be conflict-free. But World War III might be on the horizon. It won't happen tomorrow, but decades of—
Would you guys fight in a third world war? If there was a draft, I mean, it's more so men currently between 18 and 25 are definitively fighting. Unless you plead conscientious objector or you're not fit to fight. I would say no under the majority of circumstances. I think the idea of war is horrible in that you'll live your entire life to die for nothing, right? Obviously, at the end of the day, we'll all cease to exist, but to live an entire life, grow, become, you know, an individualistic person, to then just be shipped off as a number and killed in action, fighting for somebody else's values, for it to mean nothing, is utterly pointless and aggravating for me. That for the dad lore, yeah, that's if you live, right? That's if you live, you know? Yeah, getting in war, whatever, coming out, yeah, you could say dad lore. But imagine, you know, however old you are right now in chat, 4 or 5 years from now, you go to war and then die in war, right? You get shot in the fucking head. Fighting some random country for some random thing that you might not even really give a fuck about. And then that's it, right? Now you don't exist. It was pointless, all of it. Right? And so that just really bothers me in the effect that it's just why the fuck is there a reason to fight about this shit, right? Obviously, World War II, different scenario, right? You're fighting Adolf Hitler and people, you're basically fighting to save, you know, the world against, you know, Hitler and his ideologies. But for the majority of wars, they're fought over pointless shit. Pointless shit. I don't want to say pointless in the effect that nobody cares about it, because obviously people do care about it because they're fighting. But I don't know. Like, even a lot of wars today, like Russia and Ukraine fighting, it's like the amount of people in those wars that are killing each other in Ukraine and Russia right now that don't need to be dying and are fighting for the values of their leaders is just so upsetting, right? And you could say for Ukraine's aspect or Ukraine's point of view, they're fighting to stay as an individualistic country. So I understand them being defensive. But even a lot of the Russian soldiers that are going to kill Ukrainians probably don't really want to do it. I can't speak for all Russian people, obviously. But I guarantee you that a lot of Russian soldiers that are going to fight Ukrainians probably don't want to kill the Ukrainian people. There probably are a lot that do, right? But there are also a lot that don't. Right, and another problem is that in war, a lot of the time they start over trivial things, and then they develop into the infantry people getting, you know, involved because the other side killed one of their friends or their family members, or they feel as if the other side has wronged them because the other side has killed somebody that they know or care about, right? And so you start forgetting and blending these gray areas together of like, well, I have to fucking fight this person and avenge, you know, whoever. But in reality, you know, yes, that happened, and yes, there is a purpose and a motivation on your end, but you're still fighting from the starting point of there being, you know, no reason and propaganda pushing people to kill each other and then fuel the fire and motivate people to actually kill each other. It's like it always starts out as something small and then just massively scales, because then you pull people's emotions and then they want to kill the other side because now you've killed, you know, my cousin or something. And so now I want to fucking kill you, right? And so I don't know. I just think war in general is just utterly pointless. Does the U.S. have a draft? The draft doesn't exist anymore, but selective service does. If you're 18 to 25 and a man, like me, or when you turn 18 and you're a guy in the U.S. and you know, get your ID, you basically sign up for selective service in the case that the United States needs you. Somebody said me, I'm 59. Are you saying you're 5'9" or 59? The cutoff is only 25. I believe it's 18 to 25, yes, is the selective service. General Zod, are you actually 59 years old? You're not 59, bro. What is the selective service cutoff? 18 to 25. All men must register upon reaching the age of 25, upon reaching the age of 18 or before 26 if entering and taking up residence in the United States. Virtually all men must register for selective service.
Tension and conflict could one day produce the conditions for a global war. This brings us to a question that not many have thought about.
Am I tripping, or if you're an only child, you don't have to go to war? I think it's if you're not an only child, if you're the only man in the family, it's the idea of carrying on your name. But I think that can be voided in certain scenarios.
If World War III does happen,
they did that in World War II because it was like they didn't want your last name to die, because say your dad's last name is Bartolozzi, right? And he has 2 kids. That's last name are Bartolozzi, and they're both men, and they both go to war and die. Now the last name dies with him, right? So it's to basically prevent that from happening.
Do you have a duty to protect the way of life you have come to know and love? I'll admit that in the face of current global threats, it seems a little indulgent for Westerners.
I understand there being more defensive opposition than aggression, right? Like if another country tried to come to the U.S. and take my rights or my freedom, I understand the motivation against that. But even then, I think the aggressor and just the defense in general, yes, there needs to be a point in defense because you shouldn't just lie down and let people kill you. But at the same time, I don't know. I think war in general is so stupid because it's humans, for the most part, fighting for leaders that don't care about them. Putting it bluntly. The people you're fighting for don't give a shit about you. And that's, like, I would say a fact for the most, not for everything, but for most of the aggressors, where they're like, we're going to send you to war to fight for this. They don't give a fuck about you.
To spend too much time thinking about
they want something to be accomplished, and they're willing to have you die for that.
Impacts of war on our home front. The devastation of war is a current reality for millions of people spanning the Middle East, Eastern Europe, and parts of Africa. Contemplating the tragedy of war from a place of relative safety isn't a good look. War is tragic regardless of whether it impacts
a leader would fight with them. Yeah, that's why I respect older, or even generals, right? I respect older historic battles where they would fight in the front lines with their men. That shit. Like, that's respectable because it's like, you could just fucking die with me, right? Like, you're the leader, but you're right next to me, and we're also just fucking battling, that's you putting your money where your fucking mouth is, right? And saying, I actually am willing to die for this cause. But most of them aren't, right? I would say most world leaders that are sending people to die for these fucking things, they don't want to die. They want to fucking die if it came down to it. It's because they're not going to fight. And they pan it off as, oh, well, my value means that I'm more valuable here than risking my own life. And sure, you can make that argument, but at the same time, you're sitting there going, well, no. You're Erwin Smith. You're referencing an anime, but yes. yes. You're referencing AOT. But yes, that is true. Erwin Smith does fight with his men. User for the sub, Pop Sosa for the 5. Not to steer off subject, but since we're talking about philosophy, I've been recently studying the Bible, the Jehovah's Witnesses, and helped me look at religion and God more differently than I used to growing up with the Catholic beliefs. Their website helped me a lot with other questions such as evolution and such. Have you ever been curious? Well, I will never not believe in evolution. I don't think the world was created 2,000 or 5,000 years ago. I think the world was created billions of years ago, or quite possibly has always existed. Somebody said start the fucking video. Mods, time out board for like weeks, please. Weeks. I want them timed out. I don't want to see them till January. Kane for the 3. I wish everybody could see we could benefit more from joining and helping each other in the holding millennial long grudges. Exactly. Jake and Sayo for the sub. Actually, mods, time out for like 5 minutes. I feel bad for that, but they're just bitching to me, and they just got to shut the fuck up. User for the sub. Anyways, what was I saying? Oh, evolution is definitively real to me. I don't even think it's an argument. I will have a philosophical argument about anything with anybody, but I think philosophy is different than the biological, definitively proven existence of evolution in humans. It is really hard for me to argue with somebody. It's the same thing as arguing if the Earth's flat. To try and tell me that you don't believe in evolution is, your opinion, and I'm very willing to discuss that argument with somebody, but it's much different than me and somebody arguing morals or, death, life, the afterlife, or any of those things that can't be, looped in scientifically. Whereas evolution is like, dude, go to a museum. Look at our own human anatomy. We exist with certain features that we don't require and things that are slowly starting to fade out of our own existence because we don't need them anymore, right? We evolve through time. It's very slow, but it's proven, right? Time and user for the sub. To argue against evolution is ignoring science. And that is something where I don't like that.
The West. You need to acknowledge your privilege, perspective, and relative safety. Otherwise, thinking about how war will impact you.
Reading the Bible gives you answers. I've read the Bible. Not fully, but I took theology classes in high school, and I graduated with a bachelor's in philosophy and religion. I know more about Christianity than I do any other religion. The Bible does not give me those answers, right? The Bible doesn't prove that evolution didn't occur. It says that evolution didn't occur. It doesn't prove it, right? And you can't prove Christianity with the Bible. It's very hard to do that. It's a circular argument, right? If I ask you to prove to me that God exists, you can't hand me the Bible because that doesn't prove anything, right? That's telling me that God exists and then handing me something that is, looped into Christianity. If I ask you to prove to me that God exists, you have to do that using outward points, right? You can't use Christianity to prove that Christianity's real. That'd be like telling me that the sky is blue because the sky is blue. God exists because the Bible's here. Well, prove to me that God wrote the Bible or that God had any, involvement in that. I'm not dissing Christianity. I'm not dissing that. I've had arguments with people that are Christian that do very good outward arguments to prove that God exists. But if I have I don't want to say argument. If I have a discussion with somebody that is Christian and they get mad at me and just tell me that I need to look at the Bible, it's just a circular argument. You're telling me that God exists because God exists, right? It's saying nothing. Caleb for the 3. Christians believe in evolution as a process instead of an origin. Ezer and Jake for the sub. Timon for the sub. It depends what denomination. And I mean, I don't know. Maybe. I would say from a personal perspective of speaking to people, I would say most Christians believe in evolution that I know, right? but a lot don't. And that's also what's confusing to me, is that, like, you could have two Catholics that believe in evolution and then two Catholics that don't, but they're a part of the same religion.
You could be in bad taste, but I do think the effects of a potential World War III are worth considering. You might realize how
It's the same with all religions, no? Yeah. It also just depends on the individual, the church, where you are, what religion you're in. All religions have people that apply what they believe differently into their own religion, and they personalize their own religion to their own effects, right? But that just also gets down to the picking and choosing of the faith, right? And so that's why I kind of stand back here and just kind of formulate my own beliefs and I can't fall into anything, because I know I have friends that are Christian that pick and choose certain aspects of the Bible that they want to use and ignore the portions that they don't. And that doesn't make sense to me, right? Like, for me, I'm either living by the book or I'm not living by the book at all, right? Is how I would live my own life, right? And because I'm not going to live by the book, then I'm just not, then it's just, it has no sway on my life, you know? I'm either word for word living by it or I'm not, right? I'm all for it or I'm out of it.
how desperately you...
Some chatter's getting mad now. They could get mad at me, right? But, like, you got to keep in mind, man, this is my opinion. I'm not saying I'm right, right? I'm going to fucking die, and I have no idea what's going to fucking happen when I die. There is as much of a chance of what I believe to occur as to what you believe to occur. That's why it's faith, right? It's a strong belief in God or the doctrines of religion based on spiritual apprehension rather than proof. You can't prove any religion is true. None of them can be proven. Otherwise, it wouldn't be called faith, right? Your religion is called faith because it can't be proven.
Cling to the belief that you're safe and your way of life will always be secure. Any history student can tell you that conflicts between nations boiled over with the first 2 global wars until the whole world was involved. So just because your country isn't directly involved doesn't mean it'll never be forced to take up arms. Unexpected and surprising things always happen that change the course of history forever. Who's to say that something significant won't happen in the 21st century? There are a few theories about...
When you die, I'll bring you a fat one to smoke in the afterlife. I think I'll cease to exist, so I don't think that'll happen. But, you know, I'd be happy about that. Like, when I tell people... I also have so many chatters that get upset with me when I say that I think I'll cease to exist when I die, and that everybody will cease to exist when they die. And it's like... I'm like, dude, I'm not saying I don't want an afterlife to be there. That'd be fucking sick to be able to not die. But I think I'm going to cease to exist. I'm just sharing what I think is going to happen. It's not what I want to happen. Like, I think that's where people blend the lines, is I think a lot of people want something to happen and think that is going to happen, right? And those two things are the same. For me, it's not. I think that I'm going to die and cease to exist. I don't want that. Why the fuck would I want that? Like, I don't want to just be gone forever, but I don't think that I'm going to I think that's what's going to happen, right? Kane for the sub, SDK for the 3. I got scammed out of all my shit 1 month ago, and your streams helped me through sad times. Well, I'm sorry that you got scammed, man. B for the 3. Sophomore in high school now, when I was a freshman, my religion teacher taught me that the Bible needed to be read in context. Things like Adam and Eve are to be taught to be a lesson, not to be interpreted literally. Well, yeah, that's a thing that I was taught in Catholic school as well, was that every story in the Bible is not something that definitively happened. But then it's like, well, what happened and what didn't, you know?
About how World War III could start.
Joe find Jesus. Ranch for the sub. See, I don't know. I respond to those things very similarly in that, like, I'm trying to have a genuine conversation, right? Not with you specifically, but just with my chat in general, right? While I'm watching this video. And then I say something that's unchristian, right? And instead of, you know, having an actual response to me, you just go, you need to find Jesus. You need to find God. Like, look at that in my eyes, in my perspective of how the fuck I'm going to read that chat. You know what I mean? Like, I'm sitting here actually trying to have a conversation, and instead you treat me like I'm a crazy sinner, like I'm a crazy person, and that I need to find God, right? Like, if anything, you just made me step back from your belief. And like, that's how I don't know. It's like, whenever I see people, it's not even just Christianity, it's any religion. I see so many people promoting their religions with such a harsh, like, my way or the highway method. And it's like, dude, you're making people not want to be with you. Like, you're making people not want to be a part of your movement at all by just being so overtly aggressive with, like, hey, you need to do this or it's gonna be fucking bad. Like, it's like fear mongering. Like, it's such a bad way of convincing somebody to believe what you want. It's like, you can, and that's another thing too, is like, I'm not saying everybody does this, but I see so many people that promote their religion just go like, hey, you have to do this or this is going to happen. And it fears people into following, and it works, right? But I would rather have somebody want to be a part of my religion because of the good rather than the bad, right? I would rather believe in God because of the wonders of nature rather than the hellfire that will occur if I don't, right? But I feel like a lot of the time, the latter is used to promote whatever they believe in the downsides, right? If you don't believe this, this is going to happen to you, right? March for the sub, SDK for the 3. Have you read the Quran? I read part of the Quran my senior year in high school for world religion. And then we learned about Islam very briefly in my religion classes in college. The issue, and why I also want to look more into Islam, is because that is, I would say, one of the religions I know the least about. I know about it, right? And I've talked about Abu Bakr and all these people. Like, I know about the history of the Quran, right? And Muhammad and how the Quran was formed, right? And then briefly about what it says. But I don't know a lot about the Quran because in most philosophy classes that I learned, or religion classes, philosophy and religion, I learned a lot about Western religion, which is just Christianity, putting it bluntly. Christianity and the denominations of Christianity. And then Far Eastern religions like Buddhism, Taoism, or philosophies like Confucianism, or even Hinduism. Like, we didn't cover a lot of the Islamic religion, which is weird. I don't know why they didn't do that. Maybe it was because the teachers they had at hand, but I wish we did learn more about that. March for the sub. Somebody said why. I don't know. I make music. I want to let you know you can listen to it. It's on Spotify. Well, not today, brother, but thank you. Trash for the 3. I think the story of Las Lahias is one of the best ways to prove God is real. Basically, there was this little girl that saw baby Jesus and Mary by a cave. Then she grew ill and died, and her mom went to the cave and prayed. Her daughter was there, resurrected. When she went back to the cave again, there was a picture of baby Jesus and Mary on the rock. Scientists have dug into the rock, and the picture goes into the rock, so it's not just on the surface. So you're saying the story corresponds with the actual rock, and that the rock does prove the story to a degree. Ranch for the sub. I would have to look into that. I have not heard of that.
Quite simply, if any NATO allied countries were ever attacked, we'd be facing global conflict. Some of these countries, like Poland, are pretty geographically close to violence taking place right now. If a NATO country is threatened, major powers like America...
What do you believe about people's personal experiences with God? It has no effect on my own belief. If you tell me you met God, that's not going to change my opinion. Because it's secondary information. It's a first-hand account, but to me, it's not first-hand proof, right? Somebody could sit there and be like, I was so sad and I prayed to God and he showed himself to me. I would just go, he didn't to me, you know? So I can't believe that. It's the same thing of like, and that's why I always say like people cave into like so many things before even looking into them. And I think TikTok's made it so much worse in that like, not even just religion. I'm just saying in general, whether it be rants or facts where they spread false information or accusations or whatever. People will hear something and run with it. And they don't fucking look into it at all. Whether it be about politics or fucking just random fun facts that people just made up. And people just believe it, right? And just go, oh yeah, this is true. And like, I'm not even somebody that's going to sit here and say, I've never done that, right? Because everybody's done it. But it's like, you have to sit there and fucking take a step back sometimes and be like, just because I heard something doesn't mean it's true, right? And in the same effect, even if it's my friend that I know, it's just so different. I think it would be different if it were somebody like my mom, right? Or somebody I really like, or like Brooke, right? If like Brooke came to me and she was like so serious and she was like, I met God, I would be like, okay. And I'd believe, but if it was some random guy on the fucking street that I don't know, obviously I'm going to be less akin to believing them, right? That's also just a personal level of, you know, trust, right? Somebody random that you've never met or somebody you're acquaintance with, you're less likely to believe in a very, you know, spiritualistic story comparable to somebody that you're fucking siblings with or know, right? Like your brother coming to you or something. Moose for the 5. I had a friend that was pronounced dead after being hit by a vehicle, woke up saying she saw Jesus. Not to try to persuade anybody wanting to say sorry that story. Like you said, it was a secondhand story. It's just crazy to think about when you talk about that story. Did she have an NDE? Did her heart stop? The cool for the 3. It's your opinion Christianity is about love and not fear, and whoever tried to force it on you, I'm sorry. That's literally contradicting Christianity. Oh, I know. Right. I'm not dissing Christianity, okay? And I need people to know that. I talk about Christianity a lot because the majority of my audience is religion-based Christian, right? So it's obviously something that's going to come up more than other religions, but I'm always, you know, open to talking about other religions. And it's also just something that I interact with more in my daily life because I'm from the U.S. and the majority of people that have a religion in New Jersey are Christian. But I'm more so ranting about how people that follow that religion don't promote it correctly, right? Not everybody, but that was more so my rant. SDK for the 3. Out of the religions I've studied, I found Islam the most interesting, but yeah, I agree on religion. And March for the sub. The most interesting religion I've ever studied, and I've said this before, is Buddhism. Because their nirvana is the ceasing of existence. It's the end of the cyclical life, death, and rebirth.
Canada and Britain will be forced to act. Suddenly, you might be ripped from your home.
You think TikTok's gonna get banned? Maybe. Isn't it solidified getting banned now in like mid-January? I don't really care. I mean, I hope it does get banned for the people that use it, but it provides no use for me, so I don't care on a personal effect level, but I do care for the, you know, the people that are going to be affected negatively by it. Moose for the 5. They were doing CPR on the scene, no heartbeat. Yeah, but NDE, the problem is I can't believe NDEs because your brain, you release a DMT when your brain thinks you're dying, and so you start tripping. And so anything that's an NDE account, which is near-death experience, it's slang. Anyways, if somebody has an NDE, I can't believe that because you could look into NDEs and there is an NDE for every single thing that has ever happened, right? Or belief, right? There's an NDE where somebody met Allah, or somebody met just fucking Shiva or a Hindu god, or ceased to exist, or got reincarnated. There is an NDE that is about every single fucking religion that has ever occurred. Because most of the time, not most of the time, when you're having an NDE, you're tripping balls. You're dying, right? And your brain's releasing something into your brain because you're still alive. You're not dead. You're near death, right? Because your brain's still functioning. Your heart stopped, but your brain's still alive. So you're tripping, right? And you're fucking seeing these things because you're having a heavy amount of dimethyltryptamine released into your brain, and you're convincing yourself of these things being true or not, right? There are people that have also said they've seen nothing, right? Or something, or whatever it may be. But we looked into it in my senior seminar class. We were talking about NDEs and stuff like that. The thing that trips me out more is this. It's like a phenomenon. I don't even know how to explain it. But there are people that have had kids that those kids at a very young age recall being someone else to a T, right? Like a kid born in Michigan. I'm giving an example. This isn't somebody, there's kids that have been born in Michigan in 2010, right? And at 6 years old, they went, I used to be Adam something, and I was born in Japan, and recount very detailed, things about people that existed, and they can say how they died, right? And as they age, it disappears, right? And they can't remember it anymore. What is that called? Reincarnation, kid died in plane. This was the one that we learned about. James Leininger. No, that's the wrong one. Here it is. Parents think boy is a reincarnated pilot. 6 decades ago, a 21-year-old Navy pilot on a mission over the Pacific was shot down by Japanese artillery. His name might have been forgotten were it not for 6-year-old James Leininger. Quite a few people, including those who were the fighter pilot, think James is the pilot reincarnated. James' parents, Andrea and Bruce, a highly educated modern couple, say they are probably the people least likely to have a scenario like this pop up in their lives. From an early age of 2, James would say nothing else but things about planes. He said he had nightmares constantly about planes. He would wake up. I would wake up and he would be screaming. She bought him a toy plane one time, pointed out what appeared to be a bomb on its underside. She said James corrected her and told her it was a drop tank. I've never heard of a drop tank. I didn't even know what a drop tank was. James' violent nightmares got worse until he had them 3 to 4 times a week. He began to share his memories, and immediately they became less frequent. That was a there's like documentaries about that shit on Netflix. Soul Survivor. I don't know the name of the show, though. But we watched it in my senior sem. It's really weird. And there's like a few accounts of it. Some of them seem bullshit, if I'm being honest. That one seemed pretty real. But some of them seem like the parents are, feeding the child, this info, trying to get them on TV. But some of them seem real. It's hard, though. It's hard for me to just sit there and go, oh, yeah, this is real. Because I've never met those fucking people. AFX and BS for the sub. Moose for the 5. And Livy for the 3. Live in the Gulag or North Korea? I would rather live in North Korea than the Gulag because I'm taking my chances on how bad my life would be as a North Korean citizen. Whereas the Gulag, you're going to have a terrible existence. You're dying in the Gulag. You're 100% dying in the Gulag. Or getting abused or having to be an abuser. It's bad. What is a Gulag? Basically Russian camp. Like a Russian concentration camp. They would wake up at like 5 in the morning, go to bed at 9. You would have very little clothes. It would be 20 degrees outside. You would get barely any food. You would work 9 hours a day, get abused by the people that, were in charge of you. If you were a woman, you would probably get, and you had to join gangs and all this other shit. You could die of disease and all these other problems. The Gulag was terrible. Oven for the sub. Weezer for the 3. Has it been proven that your brain produces DMT? Yeah. What chemical does your brain produce when you die? Oh my God. Does your brain produce DMT when you die? Endogenous DMT is produced in the human brain involved in certain psychological and neuro states. DMT is naturally occurring in small amounts in rat brains, human cerebrospinal fluid, and other tissues of humans and other mammals. I thought it was definitively proven. It's saying that it's severely researched. Or no, several research things. Depending on death, you're no longer beats, your brain stops. I don't know. I've always presumed that you trip when you die. Does your brain release DMT when you are dying? Research suggests that dimethyltryptamine is produced inside the dying brain and sparks a hallucinatory near-death experience, including feelings and transcending of the body. The reason I believe that, even though it's just researched and not definitively proven, is because there are near-death accounts, or near-death experience accounts for every religion. So it's just like, if everybody that was dying was like, I saw Jesus, I would be like, okay, yeah. But like, if there was like a guy in fucking Mongolia that's never heard of God or anything and died, and they were like, I met Jesus Christ, I would be like, okay, that's something. But it's always whatever religion they were. Always. It's not always, but the majority of the time that you hear accounts of that shit, it's just whatever they believed in is what they saw. Or what was around them. It's not always, most of the time. Most of the time, NDEs are something they believed in or were accustomed to in their daily life, right? I have not seen, there could be, but I've not seen an example of like a Christian man living in Alabama that had an NDE and saw Shiva having never heard of them, right? Consent of the three. What would have to occur to make you fully believe Christianity's real? I would have to see God. Or have somebody definitively prove such a good, reasonable argument that God is real to make me believe in God. It would be easier to make me believe in God than Christianity. Because me believing in God is separate from me believing in Christianity. I could believe in God without believing in Christianity, but I can't do the opposite, right? Same with Islam. Well, they have the same God. Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all believe in the same God. Libby for the 3. Late to the rant, but I wanted to say how my dad was born into a religious cult that pretended to be a church. He escaped at 19. His brother, though, who he only just saw after 35 years, is gay and closeted for 52 years in the cult. They also abuse children and women in the cult. Yeah, cults are fucking insane, dude. Ugh. What's the difference between God and Christianity? Well, God isn't a religion. Christianity is a religion. God is just an ultimate being. Giselle for the sub.
Home and forced to fight for the sake of your country. Also, the world's current political climate.
How do you know he saw God? I don't know. He'd tell me he's God. I don't know, man. You can't sit here and be like, what would definitively prove to you that God exists? I don't know. It would have to fucking prove it to me, though.
Isn't what I'd call stable. Across the globe, political debates are heated. I think it's safe to say that many modern-day leaders have big egos and are more hungry for power. Politicians fight on social media, and sometimes it seems like they care more about entertaining the masses than properly governing them. Many politicians have large followings or admirers hanging off their every word. In some countries, protests aimed at the government are illegal or frowned upon. It's easy to imagine a scenario where a global conflict is sparked by a petty argument, and the charisma of confident leaders could inspire the masses to fight on their belief. So imagine if something unprecedented were to happen amongst all this, and you're called to take up arms and fight. Should you be expected to lay down your life for your country? Before we answer that question, I want to take a moment to thank the sponsor of today's video. Was implemented, and citizens were called to mandatory military service. I can imagine many people who don't agree with the politics of their leaders avoiding the draft.
Why do you say on God all the time, then? The majority of people that say that aren't saying it because they're putting it on God. It's more so just a saying. Like, if I'm sitting here and I go, yeah, on God, dude. I'm just saying for real. Like, or if I do like swear to God, that's just me saying I'm serious. That's another version of me saying I'm serious, you know? Somebody said skip. Yeah, no, we already got so off topic off that video. It's just raps for that. God's favorite game would be Animal Crossing. How the fuck do you know that? How are you just saying that? Giselle for the sub. Means the same thing even if you don't mean it. Okay. Where are we headed with this? Where are we going? Where are we going with this? You know what I mean? I'm not trying to sit here. What's the point? You know? I feel like we're just saying things to say things. Why do you say on God if you don't believe in God? Because I'm saying I'm serious. Well, it means it's saying on God. It's mainly just disrespectful. I don't think it is. So I can't say on God unless I believe in God. I don't think that's disrespectful. I think it's very commonplace in English language to say the word Jesus Christ or oh my God. For me to say oh my God and then you to say that's disrespectful because I'm not Christian, I would not say that's disrespectful. If it is, I'm sorry, but it's so commonplace in English language that I just don't think it's disrespectful personally for me to just say the term, oh my God. And I could believe in a necessary being, and you could attribute that to God, right? Do I believe that there is a necessary being? Potentially. I believe that could just be the universe. I could believe that God is the universe. That's what I've said on previous things. You could say, I can say, oh my God, and not be Christian. That doesn't apply to Christianity. Jesus Christ does, right? Which is why I try not to say that term very often. Sometimes I do, right? But that applies to Christianity. Saying, oh my God, is not something that you can gatekeep as a Christian, right? Because God is just a term, right? It's not something. You're so weird. How's that weird? Kane for the 3. What do you think about governments being guided in what they do by religion? Religion and politics are always going to be intertwined. I think the separation of church and state is something that's needed, but obviously religion is going to be involved in personal opinion on how things should be ran, which is obviously going to be involved in politics. You have a Christmas tree and you aren't Christian, disrespectful. Charlie for the 3. Dinkle for the 5. I just want to let you know, because of what you said, we Muslims believe in one true God, Allah, while Christians believe in Jesus and Trinity. For us, Jesus is a prophet. Yes, but the God in Christianity is the same God in Islam. Allah and God in Judaism are the same. I'm not saying you believe in the Holy Trinity, but I'm saying that people that are a part of the Islamic religion believe in God or Allah just as Christians do. They just don't believe in the Holy Trinity. Let's stop. Why? You can leave. You know? Like, you're here off of your own will. If you're uncomfortable, you can dip. I'm going to share my opinion. I don't give a fuck if you think it's uncomfortable because I'm talking about religion, and that's not a safe conversation to have. Oh my God. You and Sir for the sub. Ada for the 3. Thank you for your content. You might not know, but it helps a lot. Well, thank you. I'm not disrespecting anybody. I'm just sharing. Why did you wear a cross chain, though? Not saying it's Christian. I don't wear a cross anymore because people harass me about it. I wore it as a sign of faith. I used to be a Christian. I'm not going over this bullshit again. Blah, blah, blah. I used to be a Christian. Just believed in necessary being. Wore it as the sign of faith because it wasn't a crucifix. A lot of people told me I was disrespectful. I disagreed. Then I backpedaled because people were telling me that I was a fucking dickhead and they wanted to, like, kill me or some shit. This was years ago. And so now I just wear a chain. I will never put the cross back on. No big deal. Put it back on? No, I don't want to. Now I don't want to at all. I used to want to then when I was like 19, and I was upset about it. I remember I took it off and I was upset because I wanted to wear it. But I felt bad because the amount of people that were shitting on me. But now I don't want to put it back on. Why would I? Like, look at it my point of view. Why the fuck would I want to put that back on? You for the sub. People shit on me for wearing it. Fuck you. I'm not going to wear it anymore. You know what I mean? Because I wasn't wearing it in a disrespectful manner. I wasn't sitting there and saying appalling things. I was wearing it because I said I believed in God. I believed in God, but I said I wasn't a Christian. And I wanted to wear it because of my sign of faith. And then people were so rude to me that I was like, okay, I'm just not going to wear it. So I don't. It's that simple. You know what I mean? I have nothing against Christianity at all, right? And I know we talk about it a lot, but that's also just because a lot of you guys bring it up, right? And like, I'm more so a riffer, right? I riff a lot. I am a reactive individual, and so I kind of talk about what you guys talk about. And so if somebody brings it up, then I'm just going to talk about it. You know what I mean? A Rizzler? No, riffing. Whoever said you have a Christmas tree even though you're not Christian, Christmas trees were not a Christian tradition at first. Yeah. Watch the video? No. The Rizzler? Somebody said move on. Brother, we are ending stream after this. I'm not watching another video. I've been live for like almost 5 hours. Appreciate you for being respectful. Dude, I think all religions have their own innate value. I think religion is something that's kind of innate in people that... I think religion's needed because a lot of people like having the idea or found set belief system laid out for them to follow rather than finding that themselves, right? I think that's something that people need, right? The problem is that heads of religion can change things so much to inflict their own beliefs that may differ with the origin of the religion to their followers, right? And I don't like that, right? I think religion is good. I think organized religion can have many, many problems. But I think the goal of religion is good. I think the goal of all religions is to generally be more caring to others and be a good person, right? Or all religions that aren't, you know, outlandish, at least, right? I think the point of religion is to be a good person and believe in something outside of our human physiology and physicality. Dinkle for the 5. I get what you're saying, but in order to be a Muslim, you have to believe in the one true God. Also, I am hitting a blinker. I hope you have a good day. It's cool for the 5. Hey, Joe, my thoughts, opinion on, like, life. We're sort of away from religion since I go to script or script by the rule from the Bible because I don't believe in God. That being a good overall person was a sort of desire. Will you ever go to life? Again, I don't know if this means anything, but what was your opinion be on this point? Dude, you botched the shit out of this. Hey, Joe, my opinion / thoughts on, like, life were sort of away from a religion since I don't go scripts by scripts or rule by rule from the Bible because I don't believe in some. Where that being a good overall person will get you wherever a sort of desire or think you will go in life. I think you're asking me if I believe that if we would go anywhere based off being a good person. That's how I started off, right? When I used to believe in a religion, I used to think, oh, you just have to be a good person. I don't think it has to be this by-the-book thing. And then the more and more I strayed away from it and I got more lenient on myself and just my thoughts on life, I was like, well, why the fuck am I following the book in the first place? Care for the 3. Have you seen or read about the drones in New Jersey? Yeah. But I haven't seen them myself. I've read about them. How do you believe in hell? I don't. What's your opinion on tattoos being a sin? I don't know. No opinion, I guess. Take a chill pill. Am I upset right now? Brother said take a chill pill. I'm not tweaking. I'm sitting here just kind of talking. I feel like I'm more calm than I normally am for the rest of the stream. Relax, bro. Dude, you're freaking out, man. Chill out, dude. Chill out, dude. You're freaking us the fuck out right now. Man. You need to fucking relax, dude. You need to fucking sit down. This isn't you, man. Somebody said, I know what you're saying, but the reason I believe is because where do you go when you die? Why do you have to go anywhere? Is my thing, right? To sit there and go, I don't know. I feel like all of these conversations, I feel like philosophy, I don't know. There's so many other philosophical topics I would love to talk about. And I'm not upset at you guys, but I always feel like whenever I do a philosophy stream, the conversation always ends up going to why do you not believe in God? Or why do you think that there's nothing after death? Because that's what you guys care about. And that's fine, right? But it always sways to that because I think that's what, like, you guys are like, well, why the fuck would you think that way? But it always just ends up being like, why am I proving myself? The neutral standpoint from a perspective of a human that has grown without outside perspective of religion is that I die and cease to exist. I didn't exist before I was born, and I won't exist when I'm gone. That's the neutral. But every time we have this conversation, it always turns out to be me trying to prove my opinion when my opinion is just the neutral standpoint, right? But I feel like everybody grows up to believe the neutral standpoint is whatever they were born into. But that's not true, right? The neutral standpoint is literally just nothing. The neutral standpoint is I am born, I exist, I die, I don't exist, right? And that's it. Do you believe in a creator? My creator was my mom and my dad, right? Just as yours was. But then you could say the creator of life could have been something else. I think that's the universe. Weezer for the 3. As per your suggestion, I began reading Plato's Republic. How would you define justice? In the law sense, I wouldn't say punishment, but the reaction to your action is justice, right? A bad action specifically. Justice is only used in what the group that it's inflicting justice on would deem as bad. Dinkle for the sub. Dr. Pineapple for the 5. Do you ever regret going to college and getting your degree? No. I almost dropped out my sophomore year when I switched to philosophy because I thought college was pointless. Because it was the first time I actually went to in-person college, because the first year of college, 2020, 2021, I was a freshman. I was just fully online. It was like, I don't even remember that year. It was just like I didn't fucking exist, dude. Like that, I feel like that's for most people here as well, is just like that full online year was just so weird. It was slow, but looking back at it, it flew by because there was 0 unique experiences. And so that was just like, okay, yeah, I'm just doing college online. And then when I had to go in person, I just wanted to drop out. But I stuck with it. And then I enjoyed the classes, and I think it changed me for the better. So I don't regret it, no. COVID changed a lot. COVID changed a shitload of stuff, dude. COVID is the reason that I am sitting here right now talking to you guys. If COVID didn't happen, I would have fucking went to college in person. And I would have dormed instead of streaming. And I wouldn't have been able to stream at my dorm. And then I wouldn't stream and I wouldn't be here talking to you guys. That's just the butterfly effect, though. Right? I'm not thanking COVID in any way because it, resulted in the death of so many people, but things like that, COVID's a big thing, but even smaller things, dude, change your life drastically. Dingle for the sub. I wouldn't be so cool if quarantine didn't happen. What do you even mean? Butterfly effect is crazy. Yeah. That not even the butterfly effect in how your life has changed, but you as a person, man. Like, things that occur with you change your consciousness so drastically that, like, I don't want to say it's good that bad things happen, because it's not. But a lot of the people are like, damn, I wish this didn't happen. But a lot of the bad things that you had to go through in your life that you've overcome made you the person you are today. And you could have been a fucking drastically dumber or more annoying or just sad person if you had never gone through that stuff, Like, yeah, obviously traumatic things are its own, thing to tackle. But, like, the bad things that happen to you in your life make you the person you are, Obviously the good things do as well, but the bad things change you more than the good things. The for the 3. Me and my mom watch you every night. Thank you for doing what you do. Her name is Heather. Well, thank you to Heather and the Braden. Appreciate you guys liking my content. Do you believe everything happens for a reason? No. I don't think anything's predetermined. I think things just happen, and they happen because they happen. And they affect you in some way or another. I think people always look back at those things and go, well, this happened and this happened to make this happen. And they're just kind of explaining the butterfly effect. And then they, tack on, well, that means it had to have happened. Well, yeah, it had to have happened to make you where you are now. But that doesn't mean that event sparked out of, predetermination. Peak for the 3. How much I need for you to donate for you to carry me in Fortnite? I will not carry you in Fortnite. I don't play games with people for money. I don't follow people for money. I think it's fucked up. So, yeah. Please don't donate money expecting me to play Fortnite with you. How much do you make monthly? A good salary. I will never say, I'll never, go into depth of, individual things directly. But, I make a good amount of money. You could look me up on Social Blade, see my estimated YouTube earnings. Could go on Twitch tracker and see my subs per month. Do your own math. Why? Because it's just weird. It feels like a flex, and I don't like that. I'll never act like I'm broke, but I'm not going to sit here and yap about how much money I make, because I think that's disrespectful to a degree. I don't know. I think it's bragging, and I think that's rude. Even if you ask, because then it's I answer, and it's dickheadish. Why not view it as motivation for other people aspiring to be a content creator? I don't think that everybody should be a content creator. I think it's bad that children today want to be YouTubers, because they see it's oh, I could just play video games as a living. And then they want to do that. And then they're unsatisfied with anything else. And I think it sets such a high goal that you're disappointed at everything else. And that's why everything's relative, right? You're upset relative to something else. And if you don't achieve that specific goal, if you set such a high goal for yourself, I'm not saying don't set high goals. You want to set high goals, but you also want to be okay with certain things that happen, you know? And if you're like, I'm only going to be happy if I'm a fucking YouTuber that gets to play video games for a living, well, then everything else is going to seemingly suck in correspondence, you know? And I think people don't understand the downsides. I think my job is amazing, right? And I love my job. And I was ranting about this yesterday, and I got all emotional when I was watching the Streamer Awards. But at the same time, I think people only, especially young kids that want to be YouTubers, only see the positives outside of doing social media and don't see the negatives, right? And so they just assume everything is sunshine and rainbows and that there's no issues whatsoever. And then I think they're in for a rude awakening when they start, especially if you're a woman. Especially if you're a woman going into the content creator realm, the amount of harassment you're going to endure is horrible, right? And I think people don't see it, right? Or even me, right? Like and I'm not going to get into that shit. Nobody talks about it because it pokes people to do it more. But like, dude, most streamers that you watch deal with a lot of shit and just don't talk about it because why would you, right? Because then you just come off as a naggy fuck, right? Like you're just bitching. So it's annoying, right? Because I'm in a situation where I'm able to play video games for a living and entertain people and, you know, work my own hours. So why would I complain, right? And so I could sit here and have issues, but there's no point in me voicing them to you guys frequently because I have no right to complain. You know what I mean? I have a right to have struggles and stresses, but not to the effect where I can sit here and yap because that's just annoying, right? Georgie for the 3. Do you think morals are innate or learned? Both. Libby for the 3. I think morality is a necessary illusion. It's needed, but it's something that isn't... I wouldn't say it's innate in everybody. Like, I don't think there's, like, found set objective morals, but I think what you believe morally is somewhat innate and then majority learned. You're my motivation to wake up early because you start streaming at 6 a.m. Australian time. Well, I'm glad you get up early, bro. Remember that one TikToker that said social media is harder than a 9 to 5? Dude, there's so many people that did that. There's streamers that say that shit, and that's just fucking annoying. I think the stresses of doing social media are more than a 9 to 5, but you make money, which offsets the stresses of having less finances as a 9 to 5, right? And a 9 to 5 is also just way harder work, right? So it's, I don't know. Saying streaming is harder than a 9 to 5 is so stupid. Like, they're incomparable in degrees, but it's definitely not harder. Like, I would rather sit here and do what I'm doing and yap to you guys than have to go fucking build houses or fucking work on electrical units and or do plumbing or fucking be a lawyer or any of that shit. Like, that shit sucks. AFX for the 3. Not sucks, but it's hard, right? It's hard work. And I'm not sitting here and saying that, like, you can't stream and do hard work as well. Like, I try to work my ass off in the career that I have. But, like, I still also just have the privilege of being able to work from home and do all this other shit. Start reading the Quran, not saying the Quran first. Or start reading, not saying the Quran first, but just start. You never know how much time we have. True. All right. Chat, I am ending stream here. I need to eat. W stream, almost 5 hours. Appreciate everyone that popped in. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, videos, games, Sci-fi, most of the videos to watch games I play. If you have any videos you want to watch, games you want to play, send those in the videos, games, as I said. I'll be live tomorrow at 4:30 EST, maybe a little bit earlier. We're going to be doing the Minecraft SMP for the entire stream. Probably going to be, 4.5, 5 hour stream again tomorrow. Tuesday is going to be Random Sim Games. Is this game trying to kill me? And Marvel Rivals. Wednesday I'm off this week because Thursday we're going to be doing horror games and then watching the second half of the Gamer Awards. Friday is going to be Reacts to the Beer Review. Saturday, next week is MC and Horror. Next Sunday's Reacts. Next Monday is Minecraft. Next Tuesday is Random Games. I'm also someone I don't understand forcing or hating somebody to a religion. It's normal to talk about this shit. That's what I'm saying, dude. I exactly agree. But yeah, chat, I genuinely appreciate y'all for the, great stream. And I love this philosophy segment for the last, hour and a half. And I hope to do another one soon. So yeah, let's fucking raid. Who do we want to raid?
Outside.
Let's raid Dash's ducks. I haven't raid Dash's ducks in a fucking while. You guys can go watch some ducks. All right. Appreciate y'all. I will see y'all soon. We are going to raid in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Goodbye, chat. Go watch the YouTube video, and I will catch y'all tomorrow.